Okay, folks, happy Sunday morning. It's supposed to be over here or it's supposed to be over on this side? I feel like this needs to be over on this side. Let's go ahead and move the lamp. I'd moved it over here when we were filming with a camera, but with a phone, but filming with the phone is a pain in the ass. It's everything's backwards. So it might look okay to you guys. It drives me crazy. It's like a whole warehouse. It's like a whole warehouse full of those containers with labels on them. All right. And let's make sure that my phone is being charged. You know it's about 80%. I like keeping that thing topped off at all times. Never know when you're going to need it. I don't ever use my laptop unplugged. Well, if I'm running games or something like that, you know, if it's unplugged, it'll be good for a moment and then it'll be gone. Anyhow, a little earlier than normal. My breakfast routine got done sooner as I woke up a little earlier because I went to sleep early. So I decided to be a good boy and not spend all weekend video gaming. And every time I do that, you know, it's I don't video game that often, but it's always the right call because this is like good for your soul. You have something to show for it. And honestly, yesterday went by pretty slow. It wasn't a day on the weekend where it just flew by and congratulations, your weekend's gone. All right, let's get these insulin magnets put back in. Clean this area up a little bit, and we'll continue with what we worked on yesterday, because it should be dry and primered and all that kind of stuff. Now, I wish I could just work on one vehicle at one time, but I can't because of drying time and things like that. You don't want to fire up the airbrush, do one thing, and then put it away. That doesn't make sense. All right, screwdrivers, and I'm just going to move this over to the other table. And the other table will have to do a cleanup on that. All right, so what do we have here that we're going to be working on yesterday? Let's sort all the pieces, parts. Let's see if we can flip this over, because this drives me crazy. I know it's my own doing, but this is just as bad. Okay, what about this one? This one's better. That's a little better. All right, let's do that. All right, so let's sort the pieces, parts that we have so far. So we've got the bottom of the bus, the top of the bus, the bottom of the bus with the wheels that I could never figure out how to get along. Strange. And I have a little bit of a headache, so hopefully that'll go away while we're on here. White trash, which has a matte finish. It's probably not visible there in the video, but it's got a matte finish on it. The redneck truck, or one of them. The interior of this guy. The roll cage of this guy. It's really cool that it has a roll cage. See, I'm a what you see is what you get. So this vehicle is going to have a roll cage in it, because the model does. As soon as I figure out how the hell it goes back together. I believe. Well, it helps with the guy facing the right way. That's always helpful. Kind of it's a cool little vehicle. And it's got a little bit of some rocking to it. I don't know if that's intentional. I don't know if this chair is going to drive me bananas. There we go. Just needed to pop in place there. It still has a little bit of rocking to it. Kind of cool. Okay, chair. Keep it the fuck down. This thing looks like a freaking scorpion. Gold Digger. Here's the front to Gold Digger. Here is part of the speakers, and here's part of the other speakers to the boom bus. Okay, this is The Garbage Man Cometh. And this is also, what is this? Chevy Stepside. That's this guy right here. This is the front of the garbage truck. Le Canon. The window to that thing. And the wheels to the garbage truck. I think I brought everything. Hopefully I didn't leave anything out there. Good morning, Ben. Or good afternoon. You guys are always getting ahead of yourselves there in the UK. Let's see what... We got rid of all this bloody orange in here. Hello. This is a Matchbox. I actually prefer... I prefer Hot Wheels to Matchbox, but not a whole lot. So... Here's the interesting thing. Matchbox has more realistic shaped things. They do a better job of putting the scale of what it is. I think everything on here has a scale, or it used to. Maybe they don't do that anymore. I feel like their wheel variety is more varied. I mean that in a good way. But for this game, I think that the exaggeration that the Hot Wheels stuff is a bit better. I don't know. I use them both. Honestly, the decals, the packaging of the Hot Wheels is more attractive. That's probably a big part of it. I bet Hot Wheels sells more than Matchbox because of that. Let's find out, because, this is an educational channel. What sells more, Hot Wheels or Matchbox? Hot Wheels sells significantly more than Matchbox and are considered the #1 selling toy in the world, a title they've held since their launch in 1968. Yeah, I didn't know that. One of the coolest things about this is, everywhere you go, you can find these. So if you go to the grocery store, go in there to buy groceries, look in there, there's probably have some die-cast cars there. Doesn't mean you gotta buy them, but it's something cool to look at, Hey, we're all kids, Especially us men. We always do kid shit. That's what keeps you... I think it's what keeps you young. Keep you from going fucking crazy. You gotta do something. Some people drink. Or How would you say it over there? Whore about? What are you doing today? I'm going to whore about. Toys and stuff like this. This is therapy. And this is cheap fucking therapy. And I don't care that I have 60 or 70 of them. Maybe not 70. But it's cheap. It really is cheap. Okay, this fits fine. I'm going to keep the white on the wheels. And this should fit in. Oh yeah, man, this looks a lot better than that freaking orange. Bloody orange. Oh yeah. And this is going to have the front of this is going to be like so. So this is what the... It's unfortunate that it doesn't have a whole lot of... Well, all of these graphics and stuff here, or not the graphics, but all these like shock absorbers and things like that make the, you know, the do the garbagey thing. All of that's going to stand out when we give this thing a wash. And but this thing looks a hell of a lot better than the damn other thing. Becoming a top shagger. Is a bottom a shagger, or are they just sitting there, you know? And as much as I want to work on this green one, I haven't designed it yet. So I don't want... Tony's rules, I'm not working on stuff unless it's designed. It just keeps you from having to do it twice. Now, this is like an N scale, almost like 10 millimeter seats. So this thing is way out of scale. Ain't fair. That's what it's called. You can see the graphics from the inside. It's pretty cool. Is there a door on this thing, or these people get locked up in there? Only way they can get out is they got to wait for their parole officer to come by. I really wanted to double the crew. So the bus comes with 8 crew, right? The bus comes with 8 crew, and you can actually pay for additional crew people, but you can only go up to twice what the crew value is of the thing. So for instance, if you have a car, right? A car has a crew of 2. You can buy 2 other crew members. You can't put 8 guys in a car, you know, within the game. You know, we're going to try to stick to the game because I'd like to think that they made those decisions based on balance. That may not be the reason, but I'd like to think that's the reason. And so I'm not going to change things just for the sake of changing them. Okay, and now we've got these things that are black that used to be, I think they were yellow. And this thing's got a little bit of a rock to it as well. Interesting. I kind of like it, but... all right, and this, we need to create some kind of contraption here for the speakers to go on the roof. And it may not be that much. I mean, I may just use epoxy putty and just fill it in. Okay, this is Le Bus. And Le Bus has, it does not have a front on it. I'd like to put a ram on it, but within the game it won't work. All right. And this guy... Oh man, where are the wheels to this thing? Did I leave them out there? What a dumbass. All right, well, I'm not going to worry about it right now because that fits on there nicely. I couldn't find the windscreen on this, so we're actually going to leave it off because if anything is going to have the windows explode when they fire this cannon, it's this thing. So maybe we'll put nets and stuff on it. It's got a nice interior too. It'd be a shame not to see that. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move these guys. So all the stuff that goes with them. is together. And we're going to work, like I said, on this guy first. Gold digger. And yeah, I mean, it's within a short range, which is actually pretty short distance. Let's take a look and see what it is. What happens is you declare an attack. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll get Gold Digger done. Make a card for her. And then we'll put on a race. Yeah, short's pretty close. So any other vehicle that is within this distance of it is eligible for attack. So if it's running in a pack, it can attack. Well, it actually has to attack every vehicle. So don't run people on your team in the same pack because they'll get hit. You get 2 dice against everybody, you know? No anthill mob then. I don't know what that's in reference to. I don't know when you said that. Sorry, Jeffrey. Yeah, so this is going to be mounted on the front. I don't know that I love how far it sticks out. But anyways, any distance, not from here, but from the vehicle, gets 2 dice against him. Now, the other one, because I did get another armored vehicle, and I'm probably going to use the lull on the front of the other thing. It's going to be Pinch a Penny. And Pinch a Penny is going to have the, whatever they call it, the picker. The grabber arm. And the grabber arm is really interesting because when you get, again, it's the short distance. I'm ad-libbing this. I read it, so I could have the details wrong. But when you get within a short distance, you get to pick one vehicle, pick it up, and place it however you want, facing whatever direction you want. So let's say there's an obstacle here, and there's somebody that's running in the pack with you. You know, you pick that, or there's an obstacle you just passed, you pick this thing up and you put it right down like that. Now, I believe it doesn't cause any damage. I don't think it causes any damage at all. But the next thing you know, when it's this guy's turn, he's looking at some column he's going to run into. So I could see that definitely be some hilarity involved. It's from Wacky Races, Essential Viewing for Gaslands. Well, I remember when I was a kid, Wacky Races was on Saturday morning. And it was actually, of all of the things that was on Saturday morning, it was one of my favorite things to watch. Yeah, and I should have painted this undercarriage in black, and I did not. Well, damn it, man. Okay, well, it is going to be chromed, so let's do this. Let's just hand paint it and fire up the whole airbrush for just one thing. Do you have one of these that's already started? Yeah, this'll do. This'll do. Yeah, I actually woke up real early, like 4. I mean, I went to bed like at 10. Oh boy, that's hard. Well, we're going to have to do a damage control paint brush session. I already talked about that at some point. All right, let's paint everything that we can see. This just needs to get enough, and this might work just fine. And then we will go and give this thing a brown wash. Yogi, what? It was the Scoop. Was it the Scooby Doobies? Yeah, they were already promoting drugs back then. Yogi Yahooies, is that right? You know, one thing I didn't appreciate as a kid, and it probably would be funny now, even though the graphics look like crap, but every cartoon looks like crap now, graphics wise, is Rocky and Bullwinkle. Of course, Rocky and Bullwinkle, the way I understand it, that was done for college age students. See, our college age student cartoon was Ren and Stimpy, you know, which looks like a melted asshole. And I'm not saying, oh, well, that's part of the enduringness. No. I want cartoons to look good, given the choice. It's like, hey, do you want to, if you go to a sandwich shop, do you want a sandwich that tastes good and looks good, or a sandwich that tastes good and looks like a melted asshole? I said, I'll always take the good-looking sandwich first, you know? Same like a car. You want a car that looks good and has the performance and things that you want, or you just want it to, you know, look like crap. Like that damn Tesla. You guys had those in Europe, those Tesla trucks? That's like if Mitch and I went to shop class and we needed to build a freaking vehicle out of a fucking dumpster. That's what it would look like. And I'm talking about the outside. It might look like a Learjet on the inside. I don't know. On the outside, it looks like a dumpster. It looks terrible. I mean, I'd say all Teslas are ugly, but that's like way over the top. Stop moving. And that reminds me, I've got to glue the tires on the two German vehicles that don't have it. All right. Yeah. So we got that. We got that done. Now we'll do the brown wash. You guys have those Tesla trucks that have made it to Europe? Hopefully, don't put a stop to them. God, they're ugly. And those Teslas are supposed to be like really fast, 0 to 60. You know, which is something I look forward in a vehicle, but I ain't buying no electric car. We're not there yet. That and they need a third pedal. I really wanted to go to, when I went to Europe, I really wanted to rent a car that was stick shift. You know, because they have those there, you know? And my wife's like, no, because then I can't drive it. She didn't drive it all once. But that's fine. It was one thing less to worry about. And we had a little Audi that had some zip. It still didn't have enough zip as my car, but it was like a little hot hatch or something. We went to go rent a car. They had reserved a car for us when we were in Spain. And you go and I like when you go and you rent a car and you go, pick anything on this aisle. I love that. That happened to in Colorado. When we went to Colorado, that happened. That was great. Because you can go, well, I want a Jeep. You know, like a standard, you know, what they call a Jeep Cherokee. Not a Jeep Cherokee, a Jeep Wrangler. You know, a Jeep. Not, you know, the other things that aren't really Jeeps. Patriot's not really a Jeep. It's a Jeep brand, but okay, whatever it is, you know. So they're all laid out there, all open, all with the keys and ignition. And, you know, you can look inside. Okay, that one's got leather seats. I don't like that one, you know, that kind of stuff. I mean, you're going to rent it for a week. You might as well get what you want, right? So yeah, I went back to the airport and we arrived and they were sold out of cars. They only had one, and it was like a Renault or a Citroen. I think it was a Citroen. I didn't care that it was French. It was just like too fucking small. It was like a piece of crap. You know, we're gonna have it for a week and go all over Spain. Like, so we came back the following day and they had a lot more things. So like, you know, you're gonna pay the, you know, they're not gonna give you a discount on the rental. So you might as well get what you want. I need to get some hand sanitizer and take care of that. Wherever the hell it went to. It's that back here. Well, that's the thing about die-cast cars. It's cars everybody can afford. These cars are ridiculous. I mean, COVID just fucked us right in the ass. I mean, and there's no going back from it. Among other things. Okay. That one, I guess it was a kid was saying, "Man, you know a lot about cars." Not really, but I mean, I've shopped for cars, and that's when I get knowledge. It's like when I shop for computers, right? That's when I get knowledgeable about computers, and then I don't know anything about computers for 8 years until I have to shop again, and then I have to relearn everything. You know, except the car stuff's actually fun to learn about. Computer stuff, why worry too much about it? It's just the technology's going to be, you know, different in a little bit. Not yet from what you've seen? Yeah, well, don't get in a hurry to get them. God, they're ugly. You know what they look like. There's no uglier vehicle. I remember back in the day, back in my day, the 1990s and the 1980s, the ugliest vehicle around, when it came out, there's a couple of vehicles that came out that were just like, damn, those things are ugly, right? And one of the ugliest vehicles around was the Ford Taurus. The Ford Taurus was a really ugly vehicle, and it was topped out by a vehicle called I think it was a Pontiac, called the Aztec. It had nothing to do with Central America. Technically, the Aztecs were in North America. But anyhow, it had nothing to do with that. And it was an ugly, ugly, ugly vehicle. Now, I'm already doing this in the wrong damn order. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe these two things don't need a brown wash now that I think about them. All right. We're going to paint these in, and I'm doing the wash first because it's going to take longer to dry. We're going to paint these in the rough iron. These two are going to be the rough iron color. All right, so let's pull this off. Wow, this is a tight fit. Here we go. And let's see if we got a doodad so we don't get it all over us. And this thing's about to fall out. And let's make sure we don't grab the primer. If we do, it's not the end of the world. All right. Now, believe it or not, I'm not too worried about having this wash in the recesses, because I'm going to do a specific black lining that will do that. It's more so we can make the colors of these panels look not uniform. Did I say there would be a race? Did anybody say race? I'm going to try and do it. I'm going to try and do it. And the thing is Might as well use Might as well use this thing for the first time, and maybe a buddy. I don't know. Trash guy's next. So after I'm done with this, I'm gonna go put the wash on the trash guy, and use the heavy trucks. Yeah, especially if you guys are interested in, and and we're gonna do Gasland stuff, and you guys are already buying. I don't do this to influence you guys. You guys do whatever the hell you want. I mean, but I mean, I get it. If I was watching something, I'd probably do it as well. It's not like you wasted a lot of money. It's just it's diecast cars, but I think it would be beneficial. I think it would be beneficial for you guys to see the stuff in action. And I've got this round. And I'm curious to see how it would work on a round table. Wife's got to tell me how to connect to the printer. She printed these things for me. That way we'll have the sheets printed. Oh, really, I have all the sheets. It's just the new vehicles I wouldn't have on there. But this is the way it works for me. Design the vehicles and then build them according to the design. Other people may not want to do that. Well, that keeps me on the right path. Now this is actually a plastic body, metal undercarriage. Kind of backwards for most of them. I've never done this with a brush this big, and I like it. I used a bigger brush and it's more satisfying. What? It is. I won't have to go back and fix everything. Okay, that looks pretty good. And we're still going to paint the grill and everything, but I was watching some video that somebody was explaining something. And don't get me wrong, most people do better videos than I do, right? I don't want to put the effort into editing and all that stuff. It's wasted effort. I'm a painter. So, yeah, I could do better videos, and then I wouldn't paint for you guys. So, and for me, really, I'm painting for me. We got to paint to get things out on the tabletop. But I was watching some guy who had a good quality video. I don't like doing this the close-ups because I don't have a producer that can tell me, hey, dumbass, get the camera's over here, not in the other place. And after I filmed the section and done all the work, then I realized that it's not in view. That literally happened to me. I'm like, okay, we can't do videos like this. They're too frustrating. But anyways, this one guy was doing this video, which was on, I think, using acetone or something like that. I just watched it this morning. And the video quality is good, but man, this guy has, maybe charisma is the wrong word. He just had no meter to his voice. He was just monotone all the time. I'm like, who wants to listen to that shit? Like, get excited about what you're talking about. Like when you're in school, I don't know if you guys did this in Europe, but when you're in school, high school and earlier, sometimes you take turns reading stuff. And some people don't know how to read. Don't know how to read out of a book. Emphasis. Not on everything. You can't speak in all caps. Just like when those people that you give a presentation, like I didn't have a problem giving presentations. I had a problem writing an actual book report. Oh my God, F this. And it's not like, I like speaking in front of people, but I can do it. And I can do it a lot better than a lot of people because some people are really bad at it. But anyhow, you'd get these people that would be, that would be really, they didn't want to do it, and they just figured if they spoke really low and acted really not self-confident, somehow that would make the experience better for them. So they get up there and they're like, it's this book, and I read it, and it was a book, and I'm like, people can hear you still, you can't just like sink into your seat. Enunciate. And I think it's easy to talk in front of people if you know what you're talking about. And especially if you have an outline, because that's what happens is, I'm sometimes all over the place. But if you know what you're talking about, it's easy. Should be. Now, we'll probably see some of this on the outside. So let me give it a little bit of a, in case you catch one of them little corner views here. Now, if I had not given this a flat coat, this probably wouldn't work. This probably wouldn't work worth a damn. Okay, this is the inside. And we're going to wash the trash truck. And then we'll come back and do the iron things on there. All right, so the trash truck. The refuse, purveyor of refuse. And I'm never drilling out one of these pins again. No way. You guys saw the video yesterday, how long it took me to go around the thing. It wasn't at a high speed. It didn't leave metal shavings anywhere. I wasn't in fear of losing a finger because of, that's the way to do it. And who cares if you have a hole around it? Who's going to look at that? Only Marcus. And he hasn't been on here this weekend very much. Oh, yeah. Let there be garbage. The driver of this thing should be Oscar. Oscar the Grouch lives in a garbage truck. Sanitation engineer. Actually, let's think outside the box a little bit. Take a little water. Let's actually thin this down a little bit, because we can always come in and add other layers. It's sticking really well because of the flat finish. I mean, maybe that's common sense to most people. I kind of thought about it on the fly. And luckily I thought about it before I did it. These vehicles have a really slick surface. Really slick. I think there's a good chance we can do a race. I mean, if you guys want me to do a race, it's more like a practice thing. Introduction to the rules or whatever. We'll not explain too much, just freaking do it. Oh yeah, this looks like it's been all in the clean air of New York City. I might have to rename this. This can't be white trash. It ain't white anymore. New York City. New York City's a dump. New York City's a dump, and compared to London, it's a super dump. And I'm not saying that there's not dumpy parts in London, but I didn't see any. You can't avoid the dumpy parts in New York City. Oh, we got the bloody window. There we go. Get on out of here. Go get a bagel. Get out of here. Speaking of bagels in New York, there's these bagel shops that open up here in Florida, and one of their things, not here, but in other places that I've seen, one of their big selling points is they use water from New York. And I'm like, because apparently that's one of the secret ingredients, because apparently New York has really good quality water. I don't know how. I don't know how some place that has old ass fucking pipes from the time when, there were all kinds of carcinogens in the water and stuff, somehow claim to have good water. I don't believe it. That's like saying you got better water in Paris than you do in like the Swiss Alps. Like, I'm calling bullshit on that one. Oscar. That's another name that doesn't get used anymore. That's like the male Sally. No, Sally? No, Sally's another name that doesn't get used. Susan. Susan. Susan's a name that doesn't get used anymore. Nobody's named Susan anymore. After 1975, nobody was named Susan. No, it's going to be the right color, certainly. You don't want it a bright ass white. I was watching a video of a guy who was restoring a Pontiac Firebird. Didn't really matter what it was. It was a Hot Wheels. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to watch this whole thing and see if he does something that I could put to use, right? Because there's some real talented people out there, right? Maybe he'll have something. And one thing that he did is he took this die-cast model and that had a windshield that looked like it had been abused, like it had been underground. And he polished it up and then put a clear coat and made it clear again. So I'm like, all right, what size, what paper did you use for that? But he wore gloves, like black gloves, like. And I find it really strange when people wear gloves in videos and don't speak. I figure, I wore gloves. I don't want to get stuff on me, but actually the paint stripper and the gloves don't work. The paint stripper will go right through the gloves. And it's funny because that paint stripper that I used, the citrus strip, I would consider it very mild. It's not like it's acetone or anything. Like if it gets on your skin, it could be on your skin for a little while and you're okay. It's not like, immediately like gasoline or acetone or something like that. Like it's pretty mild as far as that goes, but it'll eat through the glove. I don't have really high quality gloves either. But anyway, so this guy's wearing like these black gloves, which I think mechanics use now, which is good because then you get all that grease and stuff all on your fingers and stuff, and there's no way to get it out. But he's wearing gloves, but he takes them off to do the spray painting part, and he's holding with his hand. So I asked him, that's strange that the part where you aren't wearing gloves is the part I would have worn gloves. I don't know what his reasoning is. I don't know why these guys wear gloves in videos. Some people say so you don't identify them. Well, how can you identify somebody by their hands? I mean, unless you have like swastika tattoos on your hands, which I don't think it's a good idea to have tattoos on your hands, anyways. I mean, who the fuck do you think you are, Ozzy Osbourne? Go put them somewhere else. But anyhow, I thought it was strange that the one time where I would have put gloves on, which is when he was using, because he was using spray paint. He was using spray paint to spray, and what he did would look really good. He actually had some interesting things where he rebuilt like a column here up on the, this column that goes in between. One of these was missing on the front windshield, so he rebuilt that, and the guy's got some talent. Whoever designed these vehicles, that's really cool. I mean, that's just a really cool thing to. All of these have so much stuff going on them. Yeah, the inside's dirty too. Just in case you catch a glimpse of that from. Oh, missed a bit here. One of these days, I need to just go back to my British vehicles. I started with that, and I stripped them, and I probably shouldn't have. Well, it was a pain in the ass. It's not like the stripping didn't turn out well. It was just like, okay, it's kind of a blank canvas. Now, the colors that were on there before also sucked. So that's probably not a good example, but I want the little one. I want the little one to be. Well, I got to build them first. I got to design them. The little one's going to be in British Racing Green, of course. So. Okay, that is okay. That is, we got a little bit missing here. That one's okay. Okay, no point in doing this one that's in black because it won't show up. So this thing can dry now. And I'm not going to mess with the other vehicles. I'm going to getting pulled different directions. Partly due to Party Susan. Is that the lazy Susan? All right, I'll confirm friend request. You start posting a bunch of stupid shit, and you can post whatever you want, but I don't need to be like recommended of it. Oh, one thing I forgot. We need to do the wheels. The wheels, these white wheels don't need to be. You put whatever you want on your page, but if you friended me and you like live in America and all you put is a bunch of like I hate America stuff, I'm like, I don't need to be constantly hitting all that. Be reminded of that. Like freaking leave then. What are you doing here? Oh, that's right. Nobody else would take you. All right. So this is drying. This is drying. Let's paint these bits. I think I'm going to use this big ass brush. Big ass brush for the iron. That's what we're going to start with. Now the iron doesn't cover worth a damn because these paints don't cover very well, but it gets us by. Nope. Did I not put it away? I didn't put it away. Rough iron. Okay, so we're going to make all of this iron and all of this iron, at least to start off with. Party Susan. That's a lazy Susan, right? You want to name your daughter Susan? No, it reminds me of something on a turntable that gets passed around. Ah. That's exactly what it is. Party Susan. One guess what her Japanese name is. I've never seen one of those videos. I'm not going to talk about what it is. Everybody knows what it is. The word that starts with a B. Never seen one of those videos. I prefer things more one-on-one. Oh, man. There's some... I mentioned this before. My parents were really restrictive on what I could watch on television. And I think that's probably a good way to be. And then when you're an adult, you got like a good like grounding, not like watching violent and people getting raped and murdered when you're 5 years old. Like I think that really, I think that's a problem. I think it is. I can watch stuff like Saw and Hostel now, and like I'm not gonna turn into a crazy person, But I think if you see those kind of stuff when you're developing, you think that stuff is like maybe not normal, but like. And I got this one guy that I know that he has a daughter that I'm sure that she caught a glimpse of stuff that she shouldn't have been watching. Like horror stuff, like, and it's just like kids shouldn't watch stuff like that. Like, wait for your brain or whatever to be development, to be development. Learn how to speak, Tony, to be developed properly, and then now you can handle that kind of stuff. But these kids that have access to the internet, there's some horrible things on the internet. All right, we're going to give this a, what do you guys call this? Overbrush? I call it a wet dry brush. Oh, this looks like steampunk. This looks like steampunk. For sure, for sure. remember when it started being called steampunk and why. So the first time I heard steampunk was probably like a role-playing game. Probably, remember Space 1889? That's a Frank Chadwick brainchild thing, I think. I think 1889 is a great setting. The space stuff, you can have that. But I think 1889 to... Well, I'm a retard. That doesn't go there. That's a wash. No big deal. Maybe I should try it. I might discover something new. But I've said it before. It'd be cool to do some kind of like World War I setting ish in before the turn of the century. You know, I think that Sword to Flame would work great. I just don't want, you know, Britain versus the natives all over the world. I mean, let's have Britain and the natives versus, you know, the French and some natives, or the Germans and some natives, or both, or the Russians and some natives. I think that's a great possibility, and it's not total make believe. Okay. But the space stuff, and I like Jules Verne, but some of that stuff's way over the top. Hey, to make this realistic, I should put warning labels on this thing. Do not operate within, 30 feet of power line. Yeah, I'm not putting that shit on there. There's no OSHA in this world. If you die on the job in this world, you had it coming. You should have stayed home and been a housewife. It's like a dark copper color. It's actually rather nice. This is old oxidized stuff. I mean, there's little shock absorbers and stuff like that we can paint. House husband. That's what I want to be. I want a painting house husband. I want to be a painting house husband. Sounds like a pretty good dream job for me. Thought I heard Mr. Owl. I think the concept of this is right on. I'm not really liking how this looks like a scorpion's tail. Every time I look at it, that's all I can think of. And I'm really not liking the standoff distance here. Maybe I'll change thinking about it. gotta try color matching it, because I'm really enjoying that part a lot. I'm really enjoying it a lot. God, this chair is insoportable. Unsupportable? Exactly. God bless it. Cheap ass fucking chair. And my fat ass wore. Actually, it's not my ass, it's fat. My fat belly ruined it all. Yeah, you gotta get credit where credit's due. Everything I eat goes right to my belly. Alright. Iron Warriors. Let's try that. And I'm not even gonna clean the brush. If it's got some of this iron stuff on it. I don't have a one of these to smell, do I? Do have some Viejos. What's this? This Viejo gunmetal is horrible. It's so damn blue. It's this bastard. What color is this bastard? Lead Belcher. Oh, Lead Belcher is the one. What's brighter, Lead Belcher or Iron Breaker? Lead Belcher. Iron Breaker is brighter. Okay. Yeah, we'll do this. And we're gonna hit the bumpers in this color. Yeah, this will turn out well. We got a good track record on these things now. We know what the hell we're doing. We got half of a clue. I know, I'm probably going to contaminate this color in there, but... I don't like these top designs. There we go. So anyways, I had a lot of fun. I haven't talked a whole lot about it, but I had a lot of fun playing Hero Quest. Was it Hero Quest or Warhammer Quest? I don't know. I had a lot of fun playing that. So much that I played again. I'm just not tempted to buy the game or anything. That's definitely a game that could benefit from some house rules. You know, to give it a little bit more panache. It's funny, I'd never used this rough iron color as much as I have now. It's really nice to have as a base color. Well, the base color is black. And I personally have an aversion to doing things that don't make any sense to me. Like, for instance, if I was going to paint a snow vehicle, right? The way to do it would be paint it, and say it's a Russian snow vehicle. I'd paint the whole thing green, and then dry brush or give it some kind of Está imposible. You're impossible. God bless you. And then give it some kind of a dry brush or a wash on top of it. I've seen people take a vehicle, paint it all white, and then dry brush green where the paint's wearing out. So why would you replicate where the paint is coming off by actually having more paint on it than the other place? Like, my brain can't function that way, you know? And I'm looking at it, I'm really nearsighted. I'll be able to tell that it's thicker the places where there's supposed to be no paint on it other than the base color. So like that doesn't, that doesn't go anywhere with me. I can't get on with that, you know. And same thing, I'm sitting there thinking I'm probably going to add some red paint, and it makes sense to do the overbrush now because the paint would be thicker there, right? Like this is made of iron or steel or something like that, and if there's any paint on it, it's going to be taller than the part that it doesn't have that. That's what made me think about it. The Corgi M8 armored car that I have, it came in basically painted white and dry brushed olive drab where it was coming off. And I could see that straight through it. I'm like, that's got to go. We can't have that. Alright, let's do the same thing with the garbage truck. Although the garbage truck doesn't have a whole lot of this metal stuff on it. I don't know that it would have any right off the bat that I would consider. Well, maybe this stuff underneath here. None of the iron. Oh, the front ram. How stupid of me. The front ram is iron. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to do any of it. I mean, obviously there's going to be rust. I'm not going to do the iron undertone to it. Just yet, anyways. Maybe I'll do these individual I-beams in that, but we can do that after the fact. Okay, this is a bumper. Here's that fire extinguisher, and I'm not painting. Marcus, I'm not going to paint it. Come get me. Come at me, bro. not going to say there's no rust or anything like that, but the defining feature of this is not that. I don't know if this is visible. I hope not. And I'm going to go ahead and do the roof in this color. These things have really good detail. Okay, this is inside of the cab, so we don't want that this color. All right, is this thing dry enough to tamper with? Let's see. Make sure you don't miss something that's kind of obvious. I feel like this needs to be white on top. Maybe I can tighten this thing up. Though I've already done that recently. So what I'm going to do before I ruin this water, I'm going to go take this that has all this metallic stuff in it. I'm going to rinse it out. Be right back. Yeah, I think I'm going to try to do a race. It may be late. It may be 4 or so. Even if I didn't get these vehicles painted, which I think I'll be able to get them done. What I was wowing about is this Dawn dish soap got all this stuff off. It's also relatively fresh. All right, you son of a bitch. Let me go get my ratchet set. Well, I'm glad I found this, because I was concerned about not having that. Should be 10 mil, but you know, man, I really dislike imperial measurements for stuff like this. 1/8 of inches and shit like that. That's just stupid. No. It's not that one. Let's try this. Not quite. Where's Where's my 10 mil socket? 13. Okay, this isn't making any sense. Seven sixteenths. Stupid. Let's tighten all this up. Who knows what's causing it here? Nope, it's not quite. That's better. I already did this once before. There we go. I don't think it's this. I think it's just the mechanism's tired of carrying my heavy ass. Look, it's the base plate. What else do we have on here? There may not be anything I can do about it. I don't want to spray a bunch of oil in there. It'll end up dripping on the floor. I just hate you guys being annoyed by that squeak. No, these are all tight. I tighten this down. You know, this is not an expensive chair. This is I don't think we even paid $30 for it. Got it at one of those places where they buy pallets. And unfortunately, I won't get another one that's not cloth again, because there's little bits of paint here that I guess have chipped off things, and then they fall, I guess, in between my legs, and then I bake them with my ass and my body temperature, and they're impossible to get out. Okay, so it's whatever is rocking here. It's in there. Yeah, I'll just deal with it. I don't want to spray with oil and it'll end up dripping on the floor, and then you got a mess situation. And that's how a mess gets created here, instead of taking that back out to the garage immediately. Whew! Alright. I'll try not to lean back in it, but not annoy the hell out of myself and you guys. Alright, let's try to replicate this red. Or at least get close. Actually, if I could get a perfect match, I wouldn't do it. I want it to be just close, kind of like this green is on this car. All right, what do we got here? Molto tomato. Cranberry. Now I got the zombie stuck in my head. Good thing I don't sing, so I can't get it stuck in your head. But I mentioned it, so it's stuck in your head now. Let's see this. Oh. I think it's the right color. It's just a wee bit too wet. Actually, this is going to be a problem here. So let's take one of these that's used and soak this up. And this is going to end up bleeding in something else. Oh, look, rouge. Oh my God, that smells terrible. It just doesn't smell like... Paint shouldn't have a smell. The paints I use, they shouldn't have a smell. They don't. When you smell a paint, you're like, what the hell's going on here? This might take a little bit of this other one. It's got a little bit of a pink to it. That's fine. Oh, I was kidding. I said molto tomato. Look, it's tomato red. And of course, our friend Don Black. That cranberry stinks. What brand is that? Apple Barrel. We ain't buying your ass again. Actually, I don't buy out Apple Barrel. That's probably one of the kids' paints. I commandeered all the kids' paints. The kids would come over and buy that acrylic, cheap acrylic for them to do stuff. All right, let's do a couple samples here. Man, that black is powerful. There you are. Want me to give you a headache? I'll show you where there's this fire extinguisher I'm not going to paint. Ah! Make it stop! What did I do to you? I thought you said you were going to have a good painting weekend. Well, you know what? I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Maybe you're just watching somebody else. That's okay. We have an open relationship. I know the teeth, we're going to have to put the metal on there as well. I think it's definitely going to be better adding paint on it. Not just like, okay, this is no metal color at all. This is all metal color. Just for my sanity. You came in just in time for my chair to be all noisy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It actually ended up not using any of the cranberry. Good, because it stinks. It stank. We're still going to add oxidization and things like that on here. What's up, the Hoffman? Wer ist mein Hoffman? There he is. We've successfully not bought into playing video games all weekend, with the wife being gone. I think that looks better. I did watch a movie last night, this morning, YouTube, The Last Samurai. You mean the one with what's his face in it? Tom Cruise? Or you watched a better version? I didn't want to watch a movie about samurai in the 1800s. It's like, let's do samurai in the 1500s or earlier. With Tom, I am probably not human Cruise. Yeah, I don't know what his deal is. I really don't pay attention to actors very much. I don't know why people do pay attention to actors, and I'm starting to think maybe it's because you invite them into your home, right? If you watch a movie at home or programming, they're in your home, hanging out with you, in your space. So maybe that's why people think that they have, but it's all bullshit. I mean, they don't care about you. Like, first thing I think about Tom Cruise is that, what's that stuff that they do? That Dianetics crap. Like, no. Who needs to invent fucked up things to believe in? There's already enough fucked up things to believe in. We don't need to invent more. It's like, yeah, no, that's not. I don't know what's going on in after you die, but it isn't that. I can't even think of what it's called. Again, I don't think about that stuff, but Ken Watanabe. It reminds me of Japan, though. I like the main Japanese actor. Of course! Everybody likes that guy. It's a likable guy. I don't remember how he played in that one, but he was in the Letters of Iwo Jima. He's the main guy in Letters of Iwo Jima, which I started watching it again, and then lost my way again. All right, this part that I'm doing, one of my favorite things to do. Look at that. And again, it doesn't have to be exactly the same color. but it needs to look like somebody made an attempt to make it the same color. That's pretty freaking good. And of course, there's more depth in this because we brought this up from black and we left some in the gap, so it'll look more similar when you start doing the black lining on this, which it's almost ready for. Because the black wash doesn't take that long to dry. And then what we'll do is if we need any scratches or any scuffings or stuff like that, we'll use the same color and tie it all together. And we're going to do the same thing with a bucket. Obviously, there's some parts of this that, look worn, but that's by design. We'll grab a soda. I was going to have some tea last night, and we're out of mix, so I had to go to the store. I didn't want to go to the store at 7. It's already dark at 7. All right, now we're going to do the crane, the scooper part, in the same color. Yeah, everybody likes Ken Watanabe. Watanabe. Or however you really pronounce his name. Because Japanese stuff is weird. Because I can say things correctish in Italian and stuff. Because the pronunciation and the meter is the same. But, I mean, I can't even pronounce that my favorite model company starts with a T correctly. When I worked at the hobby store many years ago, we used to call it Tamiya. Which is, wrong, but it sounds okay. It's just wrong. All right. Let's do the same treatment here. That's apparently his last name is a very common last name. Watanabe. Watanabe Ken. Right? Not Ken Watanabe. Watanabe Ken. Your family goes first. That's why you don't want to bring shame on your family. You bring shame on your family. Dishonor. That Supra is really pretty. There's some of these Matchbox vehicles, the Porsche in particular, this one also. I mean, they've got nice stuff that I can't remove the finish on them because otherwise that'll be gone. I mean, there's a little Toyota symbol, it even says Supra. We're going to keep all that on there. Whoever designed this actual car had a thing for butts. Because if you've ever seen one of these things, the front of the car looks like it's got a pair of ass cheeks on it. I like it other than that. It's got a big ass cheek riding on the top of your car. That's good pronunciation? Which one? Watanabe? Well, sometimes it's, like if you name something like that battleship, Congo, I would call it Congo. It might actually be Congo. I don't know, That one Japanese battleship that's spelled H-I-E-I. I'm like, is that Yai? Yai. Hi. I mean, I don't know. I mean, once I know, I want to pronounce things the correct way. It's empowering to do that. Except what those little skirmishers are called, but it starts with a P. The word I will no longer allow myself to say. What's wrong with you? Did Greek touch you in the wrong place? Well, not yet, but there's hoping. No, I just, it's difficult to explain to people what the hell that is. Just call them skirmishers, for God's sakes. Did a Greek touch you in the wrong place? No, but the night's young. It looks really good. Looks really good. We haven't even added any rustifying stuff to it. I know you guys can't see. How about I take a picture and show you? And toot my own trombone. No, I just, I'm not trying to show off. I'm doing stuff and miracles happen. And it's easy. It's easy stuff to do. Dry brushing is incredible. You just got to give it a chance. Look at that. You just got to give it a chance. Not be like, I dry brushed it once, doesn't look very good. Well, freaking give it 5 or 6 layers. Like, it's easy to do. It's a slow progression. Oh, bloody chair. Party Susan. That's funny. The one that floors me, though, is the use of your guys' word for fanny. Because it's literally the opposite side of what we call it. It's like, who came up with that? It's like, no, we're going to go with something different and we're going to make it the opposite side of what you guys call it. I'm like, odd. I mean, that snaps to attention right there. I just wish it didn't look like a scorpion's tail. That's all I can see. I can't unsee that now. But the other alternative would have been to glue it back here, and it still looks like a scorpion's tail. And you glue it like this, and you know what? It still looks like a scorpion's tail. So I like the fact that you can rotate it, and if you're attacking somebody over here, you just move it over there. So it looks like, so when you take a still shot at the end of every turn, it looks right. What's up, Little Jux? Welcome back. Where are you from, Little Jux? And I assume, here we go. When you assume, you know what happens when you assume. I assume that you are a youth, which is fine. I mean, I started doing this kind of, well, I didn't start doing this kind of stuff, but I started doing this hobby when I was like 13. Keeps you out of trouble. It gets you in different trouble. It gets you in better trouble. I have one guy on here that was on here all the time. He's like 10 years old. I don't care. Just behave yourself. You know how to behave. They always say, you got to put on war games because the next generation. I'm like, I don't know about war games. I'm not doing stuff that caters to Warhammer crowd. I'll do what I do, and if it appeals to to other people. I saw somebody that was doing some Gasland videos, and one of the comments that they made one recently, and one of the comments in his comment section is that it was something along the lines of, it was refreshing to see somebody that was using a set of rules that was just a few years old and it was still in. I'm like, I mean, are people like, they all gravitate towards the latest thing, and if the rule set is like more than 3 years old, people don't want to play it anymore? I'm like, is that a thing? Because it isn't a thing where I come from. I could see maybe if you're doing like modern warfare or something like that, but Ohio, due north of here. Yeah, the one thing I never forget about Ohio is I had a friend of mine who lived down here, and he was from Ohio, and he said he hated Ohio because there's no pretty girls there. Well, that must have been where he lived because I've been to Ohio once. I had to go visit our main plant. It was a while ago. I mean, it was like almost 20 years ago. Yeah, it was almost exactly 20 years ago. And Ohio was, at least the place I went was outside Canton. Was It was not a dump. There was normal looking people. It was just fine. You just didn't have palm trees. You had those little cute. Everybody had those like cute little Christmas trees in their front yard, which I'm sure you could probably decorate over the holidays. Only reason I want to go to Ohio is I'd want to go to Cedar Point. But, every year that goes by I get older and older for that. And there's going to be one point where I'm going to be one of those old guys like, I don't do roller coasters anymore. Because there's like, last time I went to a theme park, I encountered a ride I'm never going on again. And it's not a ride that you would think would be dangerous. It did not make me feel good. I did not like that. I hated that fucking ride. I won't go on it again. And it was not a coaster. I love coasters. All right, how are we looking color match wise? Hey, it just looks like a damn scorpion. And that's not really what I wanted to go for. I mean, I like the scorpions, but, they don't need to be in, they don't need to be in this game. It looks a little too unbelievable. I'm just gonna roll with it. I'm gonna roll with it. Stinky paint. And stop smelling it. I know, right? All right. I don't know that I'm going to bring the color up anymore. If I do, I know where I'm at. I'm going to go rinse this thing off again. And then we're going to go in and paint some details like the grill and stuff like that. And then give it a black lining. It's been so long since I've been to a theme park. They're really expensive. And the biggest problem is that they're so freaking crowded all the time. They're so crowded. I love going to theme parks. And I don't mind waiting to get on a ride. I just don't want to stand for 2 fucking hours. That's what kills me. Not the walking. It's the standing in place that drives me crazy. We got this new theme park here that opened, Universal, Epic Universe, or whatever the hell it's called. And we've been to all the theme parks in Florida. I've been to all of them except Legoland. But all the theme parks in Florida, this one just opened, and there've been like there's been 1 death and like 1 serious injury on and that's like unheard of. Like the safety record on things in Florida is like really good because it's got to be. You kill somebody or somebody gets hurt, and like that costs you a lot of money and also bad publicity. But the track record of, of theme parks, at least in Florida, is really good. But the one guy that ended up getting killed, I don't think they released exactly what happened, but the guy was in a wheelchair already. I'm not saying people in wheelchair ride roller coasters all the time, but he had like a blunt force trauma is supposedly what he passed away from. I have a feeling that it might be a neck issue where he got whiplash and he knocked himself out. Because there are some rides that are uncomfortable to ride because your neck isn't secured properly. Or you've got those, you've got the top harness where, usually the ones that go upside down or corkscrew or something like that, they'll have like a top harness. And it like, you beat not enough to knock yourself out, but enough to like, you're going to give yourself a headache, That and the positive G's. The positive G's and banging your head is, uncomfortable. I grew up in a town with a damn theme park. You did? Did you know Cedar Point is the number 2 best theme park in the United States? It was number 1. Crowds and expensive doesn't sound like a place for me. And hot. Like I wouldn't go to a theme park in the summer in Florida. Like you gotta be stupid. Well, that's when summer break is. Nope. That's not when we go. We go in the wintertime or January or something. So there's less crowds. You're not uncomfortable. And we hustle. My daughters used to we go, we run to the back, we got a strategy or whatever, And I go on them, my wife goes on them, and my daughter goes on them. So it's not like, well, the wife doesn't do that. No, we all do all that shit. Yeah, but that new one they built at Busch Gardens, I'm not going on that fucker again. I don't know what the hell that thing's called. And you look at it, you're like, it's a sissy ride. I did not like how that fucker felt. Serengeti Flyer or something like that? I don't know. I did not like that thing. Like a teeter-tot. Oh, speaking of which, Google is fucking listening to me because the very first thing on my page is Stardust Racers, which is the exact... reopens with new safety guide after Geth's death. Here's what changed. People listening. People listening on stuff. I think it's called Serengeti Flyer. This fucking thing. That's what it looks like. And I don't know if this is a copyright, but I'm going to this is a video that comes up on the very first video. This thing right here. When you get to that point, I'm like, I'm fucking dead. There's nothing to hold on to. It doesn't look impressive at all until you're on it. I can go on corkscrews, upside down, all kinds of stuff. That kind of shit, absolutely not. Not doing that. Yeah, here we go. That's horrible. So it just invokes a movement where I feel it in my heart. And I'm like, I don't like this. I gotta handle all the roller coasters, that kind of shit, don't like it. I don't like heights. And I have no problem doing roller coasters. I don't know that anybody likes heights, right? But it's just like, do you freeze up? I mean, there might be somebody that does like heights, but, All right, let's get some of these detail things painted. We'll remove that. I mean, this thing worked like a charm. I knew it would. Had to fight with it a little bit yesterday. Not that bad. Not that big of a deal. I kind of knew it was going to be a challenge, so that's... Your phone listens to you all the time. I wrote a Black Mirror-like story almost about it. Even when you don't want it to. Well, I need to start telling it things that I like, because that's usually just in my mind. Okay. And I don't really say anything that I care if people hear. Like, you know, I got one guy that I game with. He's like, man, you can't say that kind of stuff. I said, yeah, I can. I mean, I'm not saying, what's the big deal, man? I grew up in the 1980s, man. Just, when they start carting people off, I'm not even close to the top of the people. I don't say anything that's, goes after people or nothing. So you mean if I just sit here and go say banana pudding, banana pudding, banana pudding, banana pudding, it's off. I'll eventually get something like a banana pudding recipe? That's going to be fucked up if it's true. Now, the Hot Wheels stuff doesn't count because I've actually searched for that stuff. New Jersey theme park selling life-size dinosaurs. Ooh, can I get one? A Spinosaurus in your front yard. Where do you live? Third house on the house. Just look for the big lizard. I know they're not lizards anymore. Now they're birds. Whatever. Well, my dinosaurs identify as lizards. Just so you know. The ship your grandpa on was called LST 560. Awesome! You did landing ship tank 562. Man, you did your homework assignment. Thank you. LST 526? 526. Let's find out. It was transferred to the Royal Navy. The ship was never named. There's not a whole lot of history on it. Oh, did I type in the wrong number? I did. I put 426. Mine bad. I got fat fingers. It served during the invasion of southern France, which is something that was it Operation Dragoon? Operation Dragoon doesn't get hardly any. I don't think I've seen anybody game that. Earned 2 battle stars. Participated in movements of convoy UGS 36, invasion of southern France, return to the United States. It doesn't sound like it. Maybe he served on that ship, and and that incident you talked about happened on a different one. Because it looks like she didn't suffer any issues. How many LSTs were built? Holy shit. Over 1,000. Wow. Hold on a second here. No, they don't have anything on it. Wow, this is a convoy. So it was in convoy UGS 36. It departed Hampton Roads, Virginia on March 14th, 1944, and it's made up of the following transports. And it lists them all, who's the owner of them, and the gross tonnage of them all. There's a lot of ships. It's like 50 ships or something like this. Not counting LSTs. Escorted by one, the Decatur, I don't know which one that one is. The Whipple, no. Alden, that's a four-stacker. John D. Edwards, that's a four-stacker. John D. Ford, that's another four-stacker. Selstrom, Ramsden, Mills, Rose, Savage, Tomich, Sloat. Oh, and here's everything that happened on the journey. Let's see. Is 526 in here? Yeah, apparently. Radar contact was obtained on two vessels which proved to be a transport Oregon, French, and her escort, the minesweeper USS Despite, coming from Bermuda. Transport subsequently joined the convoy and the minesweeper returned to Bermuda. The transport A.J. Cernak and USS Ritchie collided, but damage was both minor. Around 0300A, the convoy was attacked by about 20 German aircraft, then approximate position, yada yada. They attacked with bombs and torpedoes. Two enemy aircraft were claimed to have been shot down. Jared Ingersoll was hit by a torpedo. USS Mills picked up the crew and together with the Mindful then effected the salvage of the ship. Yeah, I don't see anything on that. Yeah, you will, or at least see some kind of snack ad. All right, am I ready for banana pudding? I mean, I love banana stuff. Banana pudding, not one of them. Again, I'm from the South. I'm not Southern, right? Not yet. It's still processing. Okay. So did you decide you were going to move? Because I know you were talking, Hoffman, and you were thinking about moving out of Texas. Too many people in Texas. There's too many people here. I'm just going to paint all this black. We can come in and do the stuff that we need to do. paint the door handle a different color. Probably going to paint it metallic, so let me give it a black base first. Give it a black base first, so when you put the metallic on there, you don't go all the way to the edge, and you have a nice little black ring around it. It makes it stand out more. We got a hinge here for the door. Probably get theme park ads instead of bananas. You talked about it more, but your phone is listening to you. I'm still looking at jobs. I've been sending out resumes and cover letters, but haven't heard much back. My wife was looking for work, we'll say a year ago. It's somewhere between that. And it may have been when she had the previous job also. But she was getting the idea that a lot of people were running ads and not really looking for a position. And I'm like, that's kind of illogical. But she seemed to think that there was a lot of positions out there that just weren't being filled. And whether it was, they didn't really want to hire anybody, they just needed to put it on the books that they were looking for somebody, and they were going to hire internally, or some kind of weirdness like that. But she came away from that experience thinking like, they're not really hiring anybody. Now, obviously, that's not true for every position, but it kind of surprised her, not getting any responses back, that sort of thing. Are you currently employed now? As you're filling out resumes and you already have a job, that's what you do, is you look for a job when you already have one. And some of us are too fucking lazy. You're like, nah, I'll just stick where I'm at. Like, and no point switching jobs and being in the same fucking industry. It's the industry I'm fed up with. And maybe every place is the same way. Maybe people that do medical stuff, they're fed up with medical shit too. All the nonsense that goes along with that. I think there's a lot of nonsense in everything that everybody does. You ever go work at a coffee shop in California? That I hear they're hiring. I would not do well in California. Too many people for starters. And the earthquakes. I'm out. Regardless of all the other California issues, those two, nope. Nope. California is good for like people that are sissies and are afraid of alligators. Think alligators are just going to come out of the ground and start eating people. Well, stop being so damn tasty. Let's get Mr. Dark Tone out here. I'm sure somebody on here knows some coffee shops in California. I think people are using applications to train AI. Yeah, I don't know. It's some funny business. It's some funny business. And it just, I just think that when people are just wasting time doing shit just because, like, you don't have enough on your plate. Like, I don't know about you. I got plenty of stuff to do at work. I got too much stuff to do at work. I don't want to be bored, but I don't know what's going on. I mean, she came away going like it didn't make any sense. She had to fill in this application that she had to film herself because they didn't want to see her in person. She had to film herself answering these questions ahead of time. Ha. Starbucks. I'll use Starbucks as an example because it's the only one that's like consistent or whatever. Which, by the way, you could say that, small coffee shops are better, and they probably are, but, at least you have familiarity with the other ones. They don't have drive-through windows, damn it. Actually, this one is a small chain that's nearby, and it's no good. Their coffee's terrible. Their coffee's terrible. They actually don't even have a place to sit in. But anyhow, but Starbucks, Dunkin' is terrible. I won't go to Dunkin' at all. It is underpowered coffee that tastes bad. Starbucks changed their coffee probably 6 months ago, 8 months ago, at least here in Florida, and it tastes bad. It's still strong as hell. I mean, you can pour it on a graveyard, the zombies come out. And that's why I drink it, because it's like I'm falling asleep on the road. Well, I don't want to fall asleep on the road, so let me have some of that zombie coffee. But ever since that fucker, they paid that guy to spill the hot tea on his own lap, because he did it. I watched the video. He spilled his own fucking tea on his own damn lap and burnt his wiener, and somehow that's worth $50 million, or whatever $1 million is. And they paid it, People just, that's not your money. Starbucks got a lot of money. Well, they got to come up with the money somehow. So either they go out of business or they start cutting corners. And the corner they cut is their coffee sucks. You could argue and say maybe it was always sucked. It extra sucks now. I can't drink it without cream in it. It's just, it's like, it tastes hateful, You can't absorb $50 fucking million. People say, well, they can afford to pay tax. Businesses don't pay taxes. They pass them on to the consumer. They pass them on to the consumer, or they go out of business. That's how it works. So I imagine alligators wait for the good hurricane and then start attacking using the hurricane winds to get around easier. Job market right now is garbage. I would stick around at my job, but I really hate corporate and meetings. Got in trouble last year for saying Merry Christmas to someone. Really? That's not America. People get offended by things too. We need to bring back dueling. Do away with lawyers. We need to bring back some sword skills. You don't like somebody, you challenge somebody to a freaking duel, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everybody gets to watch something, and at 3:30, one asshole's not on this world anymore. Merry Christmas to somebody. Yeah. What's somebody going to say? Yeah, Merry Christmas. I don't believe in Christmas. All right, well, Happy Hanukkah or whatever. It's just, don't mean it to be ugly, whatever. Yeah, I really have not had a corporate experience until in the last couple years, and I don't really enjoy it. And the reason why I don't enjoy it is because they didn't solve any problems that we already have, and they created new ones that we didn't have. So, I've been there almost 32 years. So there's problems that we always have that never get solved. Jesus could run the fucking place, and we'd still have those same problems, right? And there's other issues that we didn't have before that we now have. So, it's really frustrating. And the reaction time to dealing with problems is just stupid slow. I see that we're out of something that we shouldn't be out of because somebody's not doing their job, so I let somebody know, and instead of them ordering it immediately because we need it tomorrow, it takes 4 weeks. Or it takes whenever long. It's like, come on, man. I thought the war on Christmas was fake. They never told me what I said, but I had to do the DEI class, which they aren't supposed to be doing. Yeah, you need to leave that place. You need to leave that place. Yeah. It's like you meant it with bad intention. Oh, this Christmas terrorist. He's terrorizing people. People need to be such... Let's see, can I say this? Yeah, it's my channel. People need to stop being such pussies. Everybody's a pussy. Stop being such a pussy. You know, the USSR collapsed, everybody turned into a pussy. Like, what the hell, man? I'm cutting into my wife's soda now. Fuck it, I'm going to the store. Oh, it's not bad. I need to put a Dr. Pepper, not that I buy this, I need to put a Dr. Pepper and a Mr. Pibb side by side and try them both. I think this one's cherrier than the other one. Oh, this would be good with vanilla ice cream. We're not buying ice cream. We're not buying ice cream. Ends up being like, I'm left alone with ice cream. That's bad. You can leave me alone with a babysitter and nothing's going to happen. You leave me alone with a half-gallon ice cream, that's one serving. Woo! Oh, man. Don't work at a college. I don't. It's terrible. Yep. It sucks because working at college is your dream job. Nope. I could have told you that. It's terrible. You know, it's not like, well, it makes you open-minded. It makes you open-minded to only one way of thinking. You know, I'm all for being open-minded, right? And like, somebody says this, and like, well, let's look into it, because, you know, you have a history of like not telling the truth, you know? And everybody's lying and stuff like that. But, yeah. No, my daughter can't speak her mind at all. She just basically shuts the hell up. I mean, I would have too. I don't go picking wars I can't win, you know? But I saw some article and it was something about at the University of Florida. And it was some article about that students can't speak their mind if they don't toe the line, right? And and I don't get into those public discussions, but this one woman, happened to be a woman that put this down, put down something along the lines, that's what college is for. It's to be able to I forget how she worded it, but she had worded it something along the lines of to discover who you are and learn about morality and stuff like that. And I came so close to typing down, it's like, no, that's your fucking responsibility as a parent. You shouldn't send kids to college without like, well, I don't know what to tell you about the world. You'll learn it in college. No, maybe college you'll like learn a different viewpoint or see things maybe differently than you're taught at home, but to basically come in empty-handed, create a new language while I'm at it. Come in empty-headed and just soak up whatever they tell you. Like, what have you been doing for 18 years as a parent? You've given them no guidance whatsoever? That's on you, man. That's on you. You know, you send your kid to college and they come back one step above from being a terrorist. That's on you, man. Give your kids some guidance. You know, they may or may not agree with you, but at least it's a starting block for them to work on stuff. You know? Not like, well, whatever you want to do, everything goes. Everything doesn't fucking go, okay? You can't go to work and do whatever the hell you want. You got to do stuff that's expected of you. You got to take care of your customers. You got to take care of your boss. You got to do the right thing. What do you mean you don't know what the right thing is? Where have your parents been? In prison? You know? I mean, I didn't do every single thing my parents thought was a good idea. I didn't do anything terrible, but it's a basis. But just think, I'm going to send my kids to college and they'll figure out how to be a good human. No, they're not. That's just to learn a freaking trade or whatever. I should have taken a screenshot. But I don't get in those art because I'm not going to change that person's mind. That person's broken in their thinking. That's what your parents are supposed to be doing. Even if you're not teaching, just what kind of life do you live? And your kids are going to see that, okay, my dad behaves this way and he goes to work every day. All right, and he's got to go to work because he's got to provide or whatever. There's some responsibility. I don't do this. I follow traffic signals. Stuff that you just see. It's like I say, and I talk about this all the time. Like, if you're walking with your lady or your person, whoever it is, it happens to be a lady for me, and you're holding hands and you're walking down the sidewalk, down the street, she walks on the inside. Nobody had to tell me that. I didn't go to class like how to be a dude and not get your lady killed. It just makes sense. Like, okay, there's something that could be more dangerous over there. Like, let's put, it just you just should know that. Dr. Pepper was made by a chemist. I doubt Mr. Pibb will match up. Interesting. Need to try them next to each other. And then we can do Mellow Yellow next to Mountain Dew. You can't really do Coke and Pepsi. It tastes very different from each other. And they've changed their taste along the amount over the years a lot. I used to be an avid Pepsi drinker. Then I switched to Diet Pepsi. And then they changed the sweetener in Diet Pepsi to one that is similar to Diet Coke, which I really dislike. And then Coke Zero came along, so I'm on the Coke Zero. Now, I don't drink that much soda, but I do drink soda. Actually, this show makes me drink more soda. Sorry, you guys enable. But you actually make me eat less. So, pros and cons, pros and cons. And I can't drink regular strength stuff. It makes me too thirsty. And it makes me angry. Oh man, puts me in a bad. Sugar's great until something goes wrong. And then it's like, I'm like that Irishman that gets drunk on whiskey. When I have like too much sugar, well, I don't get into fights, but I didn't say all Irish people. I said that one Irish guy. I knew one guy in college that was Irish. And he liked to drink. He didn't like to drink that much, but he was not a violent. He definitely was not a violent drinker. I don't know anybody who's a violent drinker. That's a good thing. Yeah, I almost responded to this, but I just don't get into those things. I don't get into the. I'm not going to change anybody's mind. No, and they don't want to have a conversation because they're on a crusade. Like I don't want to deal with people that are on a crusade. There's no purpose in it. I'm not a Dr. Pepper fan. I don't know if Florida has big red soda like Texas does. There's a there was a Mexican restaurant called Don Pablo's. I believe it was Don Pablo's, and that closed down. The one that we had in town was awesome because when you walked into it, it looked like you were in almost like a Mexican terrace. Like you were in a little. It looked like something out of Disney. It had a lot of atmosphere. Anyways, my mom for some reason decided to get Big Red there one time, and yeah, it tastes like a Mexican soft drink, which I really dislike the taste of Mexican soft drinks. So the only Mexican soft drink that I like is Squirt, and I say it's a Mexican soft drink because it's popular there. Squirt is like poor man's Fresca. And Fresca is actually awesome. I just never think of getting it because it doesn't have any caffeine in it. But you can make a lot of really good mixers with Fresca. You can make some really good drinks with that. And it's sugar free. You know. So yeah, Big Red. No, I would never drink that. The only reason I'm having is this is the only soda that we have in the house. So she, for some reason, wanted to go on a whim. She never drinks soda. She just go on a whim this last week and bought a case of these child size. I'd never buy it. 7.5 ounces. Like, I'm the opposite. I want a can that's like 32 ounces, right? I don't want a shitty little can size. Shitty little can size. And soda's cheaper in Europe too. What's really good over there is their Fanta. Their Fanta's excellent, and it doesn't have all this bullshit sugar that ours has. It actually tastes like it's got some fruit in it. Yeah, we gotta do our Mexican lowriders. It'll be a lot of fun. I'm not gonna mess up the paint jobs on them. They look pretty sweet. All right, legit question. Legit question. Say you have a gang of guys in Mexican lowriders, right? I don't know why I'm asking you. There's more Mexicans where you are than where I'm at. There's plenty here. I'm just saying that there's probably more in Texas. Just kind of take a stab at that. What kind of music do you listen to? Is it like I mean, I know some of them listen to norteño, but I'm talking about like guys that are like that drive stuff like this. Guys that drive pickup trucks, they're listening to norteño music. Guys that drive stuff like this with lowriders that just something like bass stuff. What is it? Is it like their own bass stuff, or is it like I don't know. It's a legitimate question. I don't like any bass music. I'm allergic to the snare drum. But Moray Cup or Imbrew are your drinks of choice. Moray Cup. It sounds like a race. I won the Moray Cup. Well, I got a new Disney World ad. Let's see here. Amelia Earhart. Nope, I didn't give a shit about her. Bitch got lost. Why do we have a ship named the Winston Churchill? It doesn't make any sense. I don't have any problem with Winston Churchill. Just like, it'd be like having a. Just seems silly. What is it? Moray Cup? No, Mote. Ah, man, I got fat fingers. Did somebody complain about the advertising on the Moray cups? Like, it's got two Indian dudes on there. We gotta get rid of that. What flavor is it? It's like it'd be cranberry. What was the other? I think I've looked that one up before. Irnbrew. Irnbrew. I'd love to go to Scotland. Oh man, you guys like colorful stuff. Yeah, we've looked at this before. Is it orange? Well, yes, it's orange color. Is it orange flavored? Scottish distinctive flavor described as a mix of citrus, bubblegum. It must be light on the bubblegum. Means a secret. They have the Cuban soft drink called Iron Beer, which is pronounced by them as Iromber. This stuff. This is a great mixer for whiskey. It's superb. It's almost root beerish, but it's like super sweet. Like I think it's made in Tampa now. I'd never heard of that until I started dating my wife, who's from Miami, and it's pretty cool. It's an interesting drink, but it's great for a mixer. But I'm just to the point, I'm old. I'm gonna drink alcohol. I'm not gonna mix it with anything, you know. They listen to Tejano, Hispanic hip hop, regular rap music, but mostly rap or Hispanic hip hop. All right, I have to figure out what that is. You knew. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Now they do make figures for them, and don't think I'm not going to get some. Don't think I'm not going to get some figures. I'd like to get somebody that looks like what's that guy's name that hates America? I know it doesn't really narrow it down. I didn't think he hated America. Then I watched one of his stand-ups and like, I can't stand this fucker. Fluffy. I like Fluffy until he like spewed all this stuff, and I'm like, whatever. Go away. Yeah, some fluffy looking dude. Some fluffer. They make some really cool stuff out there. Here's the bad thing about it is they look realistic. And I like that sometimes the figures don't look 100% realistic. Like Warhammer figures. Warhammer figures aren't realistic, but they're shaped well. They've got features that paint well. I guess is probably the way. 160, I've already searched for it. 164th wrappers. Look at these guys. Now, if they come pre-painted, I'm not interested in. Of course, none of them are drivers. That's some cool stuff. I'm not painting you guys with underwear showing. That's just stupid. Looking like a fool. But they make a lot of one sift, they make like, all kinds of stuff. Maybe bikes. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. Bikes with a person on the back shooting two pistols. You know, we're having a lot of. We don't need to buy all that stuff. It's just, we're just letting it percolate. The reason I asked for the music is when I get several of these done, I'm probably going to do a video where I'll put them on the turntable, and I want the background music to be something that they would listen to. So I don't want to, let's use as an example, something that I don't want to put like say Mexican lowriders and then put music that wouldn't be appropriate that those guys would be into, if that makes any sense, right? And I just don't know what I just don't know what they're into, And it would have to be something that's on my free music that's not copyrighted. There's also Hispanic style of music where they tell stories of famous drug smugglers and criminals. So another culture where they where they glorify the people that shouldn't be glorified. Yeah, pretty much all the music you're going to run into, or any music I would use, wouldn't have any lyrics. So just what kind of a beat would it have, American cream soda. That used to be big in the 70s. It just kind of disappeared. It's still there, but it's like not a thing. Just like ginger ale. Ginger ale used to be bigger in the 80s than it is now. You could find it, but it's not as prevalent. I was going to go out to breakfast today. I guess I won't. I don't need to spend $20 on a fucking breakfast. There's just one breakfast place in town, but I'm also not a big fan of going to a restaurant by myself. I'd rather go to a movie by myself than a restaurant. Well, I'd rather do neither, but hold on. I just had a thought. Oh my God, it almost fits. I just wanted to look at the wheels. That's kind of, I don't think about switching out the wheels, but it's the wheels why, I'd want to make this a hoodmobile. No, it's not a priority. Man, there's a lot of rivets on this thing. Let's see if we go around one of them. Is it gonna stick? Yeah, I'm gonna try to do it. I do it on everything else. There's no reason not to do it here. Oh, narco what? Narco corrido is the subgenre. It gets bloody. Just search for Tejano hip hop beat. You will find something. Okay. Cool. Yeah, one of the things I know the least about is music. Because, man, you know a lot about cars. Well, it's interesting. Music, I don't know a lot about because there's a lot of music I don't like. I would actually say I dislike most music. There's a lot of bad music out there. I don't dislike most food. I don't dislike most drinks. I dislike most music. There's just a lot of music out there that's just like, I wouldn't listen to that. Even within the genre that I care for, which is rock and roll, there's a lot of songs I can't stand. And I'm not going to go through them because, we'd be here all day. But and then there's some genres of music that I can't stand, And a lot of it has to do with, a big part of it has to do with lyrics. Like, I don't give a shit about lyrics. Like, music without lyrics is better because then it can be whatever you want, whatever it makes you feel. Not like, man, I like the groove of this song, but this guy's talking about cheating on his girl. That's not really my thing, so I don't like this song. Just to give you an example, Narco corrido is beautiful music, but it is unfortunate they celebrate the wrong people, and sometimes bands and singers get shot by rival gangs for singing about the wrong gang member. Yeah, I mean, that's... We don't want to go there. Narco corrido. Sounds like a drug dealer that's got the runs. I almost picked up a monster truck. I'm gonna get one because it's one of the troop. It's one of the troop types. Yes, it's one of the troop types for this game. Monster truck, but they didn't have one that spoke to me, and I almost picked up one that actually it was mostly white and had some brown graphics on it, and it said Matador, and it had like a head of a bull on it, like of the graphics. I'm like, wouldn't that be ironic that the people that have the monster truck are the same people that have all the lowered vehicles? So it's like, all right, you want the car that's like on the freaking ground or the one that's like flying? Which one you want? Like nothing in the middle. So I said, yeah, it's not going to go there. That's got to be a super redneck thing. So I'm not opposed to doing a Mexican, but that's not the first thing that comes to mind. It's like when I talked about doing T-34 tanks. Like, you need to do a few of them in green before you start putting camouflage on them. You like music that's tied to a culture. I usually has a history I can learn about. Well, there was this Spanish guitar player that I was really into when I was working on my Spanish army, even though it's not time specific, It's not like he was playing stuff from like the 1300s on his guitar, but... I like smooth jazz a lot because it almost always has a good groove, and it almost never has lyrics. And it's calming. And at the same time, it doesn't put you to sleep. So, and it has good bass guitar. I like things that have a good bass guitar groove. That's like what my ear goes to. When I listen to music, that's usually what I want. It has that. The best way I can describe it is it has a groove, and that's what I like. So, as a general rule. All right, I got to use a little boy's room. I will be right back. HW on a flaming car. What about Hellwater? It's a flamethrower. Does that work or that's stupid? I gotta work with this HW. I gotta call something called it. Because it's just, it's not just a little Hot Wheels. It's like a big HW. Unless it's, the name of a rapper, HW. Although this doesn't really look like a rapper vehicle. And we can change the rims. We can change the rims so they're not gold. We could do, something more traditional. I look at some of these hot rod vehicles and I think of some, like, biker type people that drive them. Definitely going to be a flamethrower vehicle. It's got flames all over it. It's friggin' orange. Who was it? Who was what? The Spanish guitar player? He's from California. I don't know if he's done any new albums. His name is... He's excellent. He's got 4 albums, at least 4 albums. And it's modern. It's not, like... Iglesias? No, what's his last name? Shit, what's his last name? Luis Villegas. Luis Villegas. This guy right here. This is actually his... This album is excellent. That's an excellent album. Oh, has he got a new album? East Side Democracy. I found out about him by listening to the Smooth Jazz channel, and a song came up, and I'm like, I really like that song. And he said, who is it? It's like, oh, let's see what else he has. H.W. Bush, just kidding. No. Yeah. No Bushes. We had enough of them. We had enough of the Bushes. We had enough of these. Had enough of all these politicians. I find it hard to believe that all these politicians are in on some big thing. Because if they are, I say we take up arms. I find it hard to believe that people would be like, plan 9/11 and shit like that. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm just saying that let's hope I'm right and it couldn't happen, because that is just like, it's better not to know. I don't know, it might make for an interesting driver. Read my lips. No new taxes. 1,000 points of light. Fucking Dana Carvey was brilliant in that. HW. What the hell is HW? Hell. It's got flames and it's got an H. That's got to be hell. Hey, I should do a satanic cult. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That's not cool. Although, they make guys that look like clan figures that would work, no. H can also be hot, but there's a lot of flames on there. It looks like hell to me. You think it was gross incompetence? I think it's gross incompetence too. It's got to be. I mean, just imagine. I mean, let's not imagine that. That's horrible. I got to believe some things can't be bought. I mean, I certainly believe that way. I mean, you can't buy my stuff. Hey, how much for your painted stuff? It's not for sale. People don't understand that. People don't understand that you can't just throw money at it and get whatever you want and get your way. No. Now, if I was starving, maybe, but I'm not starving. I don't need to sell this stuff. You're not going to buy me a yacht and I look the other way. It's just, I don't need that in my life. Am I most people? Probably not. But a lot of people can't understand that you can't just buy your way out of problems. Like, there's just some things you can't be bought, You can come over and use my stuff, but... I went into some store yesterday, and a lady was wanting to know what I was going to do with all the... She had this pile of the Hot Wheels in there. And she said, yeah, there's one guy comes in and repaints them, and somebody came in from China and said that they had all this collection, and this guy from China came in and offered him $1 million for it, and he sold it, and the guy was repentful. They didn't have him anymore. And I'm like, first of all, I didn't say this, but I'm sitting there thinking, okay, stop you right there. I don't believe stories that people say stuff like that. Like $1 million fucking dollars. Like, I would sell all of my painted figures if I could immediately retire. I'd just start collecting them again. I would do that. Any takers? Any takers? If I could immediately retire and keep the standard of living that I have now, which is not extravagant, where we don't not have anything, okay? But yeah, I'd sell all my. Here you go. Let's come get it. I hope you load the fucking truck up. Absolutely. I've said it before. I said, I'll be your painting bitch. Give me 75% of my salary now, and I'll be your painting bitch. I'll work 40 hours a week and paint for you. But I'm not going to paint any quicker. I'm going to go at this pace that I'm going. Hellwater. Is that what I said? Okay. Well, that's what it'll temporarily be. It's definitely a flamethrower vehicle. Hellwater. I don't know what's on the back of this. Oh, you know what? It looks like it's a parachute. It looks like it's a parachute maybe rolled up. Maybe. Let me show you what this is. I don't know what the hell this is. I'm not putting a parachute on something that's covered in flames, though. That's That's a bad combination. Oh yeah, here we go. What is this? It's the gonads of the truck. No, we're not doing that. We're not gonna have dangling ding dongs and things like that. What is that? It almost looks like a knocker that would be on somebody's door, but then you wouldn't know what the hell you were knocking. I, I, I don't know. They have one of these. They have like a ghost cult in the game, and they have like dead people cult in the game, and I think it's just stupid. You know, there's enough evil humans. We don't need to bring in demons into the equation, right? Which may or may not be true. Like, there's enough evil people that are animals that do horrible things that we don't need. You know, you don't need a devil. You don't need. I mean, there's enough bad people that to bring up all the bad shit. It's like, we need somebody really bad. People can do it. People can do it. Oh, that reminds me. Where's my glue? I need to go ahead and glue these wheels so we're ready for the race. Okay. Because these things rolling away is not a good idea. All right. You know what? I'm going to fire up the hot glue gun because that works better than anything else. And it takes up space. Yeah, they make like a I think Stan Johansson made guys that had like hoods on them, and he called them cult guys, which could be like Klansmen. Not doing something with Klansmen. That's not cool. I mean, I could do it, but I ain't gonna film it. That makes it sound like I'm promoting something I'm not promoting. That's not cool. Although that movie that had the Klansmen in it was pretty funny. What was that? The whatchamacallit Unchained? That scene was pretty funny with the masks, but we're not doing that. All right. Get that fire up. I just remember. That's a good thing. I'm glad I remembered that thing. Django Unchained. What if I did this? All right, that's better, but we need to use a brush that's more controllable. So I was just thinking, man, this is taking longer than it normally does. I don't mind things taking a while, but here we go. Now we'll hit every dot, but just instead of going around it, it's still not the right shape. Holy creaky shit, Batman. Oh, I wouldn't have been able to get it at that breakfast place anyways. This is a game day. So you got all these people out of town here in our... Yeah, that's better. I'm going to change those. I'm probably not going to change the rims. I'm just going to change them out because I like the gold ones. We certainly can use that for something else. Yeah, I don't know if I've got any free music that fits that Tejano thing. I guess that stumped you on what that could possibly be. I don't know what it is. I have no idea what that thing could possibly be. What that means is just don't paint it so it's prominent, you know? Ya basta. Now, if I don't get to doing the race tonight, I got all week, but I think I'm going to try to push to do it today because I'm going to be like less rushed to be able to do it today than any other time. And again, it'd probably be better if I didn't do it live, but it just that's just too big of an ask for me. You know, you're asking to like not be able to do any more, get any more painting done. You know, because I got to edit a stupid video. We got some new dyes showing up next week that hopefully don't the the things on them don't wipe off. What's on the faces of them. Well, it's God. This stuff stinks. When did craft paint get so damn stinky? It almost smells like something that would be like a hair salon or something. The hotel that I stay at for the convention in Orlando is basically next door to the convention that it's held at. And the place is clean. It's a refurbed hotel, and they still haven't trashed it. I went there for the first time in April. It had just opened. I went there again in September. It's still clean, but they use a cleaning product that I really dislike. I don't even know how to even describe what it tastes. What it tastes like? No, what it smells like. But it's pungent, and it's almost like it reminds me of something that you dislike at like a nail salon or something like that, or like at a hair salon. And it's like it's not pungent like it smells like pot. It's just pungent that it smells like chemically and weird and And it's unusual to go to a place where it's like, man, I don't like the smell here. You know? Tritark, welcome. You got to go tow somebody? We'll do a tow truck. I want to do a tow truck on it. And it's going to be a redneck mobile. And the driver is going to be called Booger. Instead of Cooter, Booger. I got to put a reverse colored rebel flag on something and see how it looks. I think it'll be fine. And I'm doing that not because I find it offensive, because I've lived in the South my whole life, and like I see a rebel flag, and I personally don't think it's racist. I can see where other people could think it's racist, but I'm not one of those groups where they were hunting them down or using them for work or something like that, right? So I just think I see a rebel flag and I go, okay, well here's somebody who doesn't like to wear shoes and has two teeth in their skull. It's a cool flag. I think the flag itself is an attractive flag. But I just as easy just reverse the. I'm just going to reverse the colors and not put the stars in them, right? That forces me to not have to put little dots in it or something like that, and just see how it looks. I've seen what it looks online, and I think it looks okay. I mean, besides they're going to be red. They're going to be rednecks, anyways. Confederate. I mean, it doesn't really matter to use a Confederate flag because we're not going to do Confederate talk. We're not going to talk about things that happened in 1860 during the middle of a race, Confederate flag with colors reversed. Yeah, I think that if I use this would be okay. And just not have the stars. And the reason I wouldn't want the stars is because then I got to draw individual stars. It's not going to look right. I think that gets the point across. And you don't have to worry about, getting some mark on YouTube, because YouTube will do that. None of my viewers are going to have a problem with it. Because, even if you saw it, man, that was that guy doing rebel flags. And it's like, oh, he's making fun of all those inbred motherfuckers. Okay, no problem. Right? I'm not promoting the Confederacy. I'm glad the South didn't win. I'm proud of being from the South, but I'm not Southern, But, those automatic edits on YouTube, they'll be like, oh, your channel's got a strike on it. Why? Because you put a Confederate flag on it. I mean, we're making fun of those assholes. Nope, can't do that. Well, that gets around that. Cletus. Got to have a Cletus, yeah. Call the driver Cletus. Funny story about Cletus. I say Cletus a lot. When I think of, because as I'm getting older, I forget people's names, like, on the fly. And I'll go, yeah, where are you going tomorrow? You're going with Cletus. I say it all the time, and that's the name I use. So, yeah, we should have a Cletus in there. Maybe Cletus can be the garbage truck. Because the garbage truck is going to be called white trash. Although it doesn't look very white right now, because it's dirty. White trash usually is dirty. We're here to make fun of things, okay? We're not pushing ideologies and stuff like that. Cletus. It's funny, I say Cletus all the time. It didn't strike me because it's just like a normal word for me. And I don't even watch The Simpsons. Because, right, isn't the Scottish guy Cletus? Or maybe I'm getting confused. There's a Cletus Simpsons guy, but that's not, my Cletus predates The Simpsons. Now, you got Confederate flags in Virginia when you go home, Marcus, right? You don't think about that. Political correctness does kill humor, and I make fun of everything except the Holocaust. We're not making fun of the Holocaust. That's not cool. That happened just the other day, and that actor just passed away this year. Did he? Okay. Yeah, we're not poking fun of the Holocaust. I'm not even Jewish. Nope. Not cool. Yeah, when we look at stand-up to watch, we'll watch a preview. Wife and I will watch it. We don't want to watch anything that's PC, and we don't want to watch anything that's COVID, and COVID and mask and COVID and fuck that. I'm not listening to that shit. And there's several comedians, they came out like 2002. Their entire act is about COVID. I'm like, I want to forget about that. That garbage truck used to be on the New York City team. Oh, man, come on. There's a special... I can tell you this because you're not from New York. Okay? There's a special breed of people that are New Yorkers. They're their own DNA. What could we call them? Yankee Stannies. Yeah. What else would they drive? The garbage truck? All right. Can it still be white trash? It's white trash because the truck's fucking white, Yankee Stannies. We have them in our home. New Yorkers? But we have a history room for the battle that took place. Yeah. Yeah, because you're on a battlefield, right? Your house is on a battlefield. And I don't know anybody that dislikes Civil War games more than me. Like, I ain't playing one. It's not appealing. All right. This guy. The rabbit is glued shut, so she's good. Where's the other one? Where's the other one for Circus Germanicus? The black Porsche. Yeah. That's not like the driver of the pink Porsche. Dita. Coño, pegajoso. Because I got a pink Porsche the other day and I'm going to keep it pink and it's not going to be a lady driver. And it's not going to be a guy that identifies as late either. He's just fruity. Nothing wrong with that. It's part of his. You know, don't drive a pink car then. I think that one's a 911, not a 934. I don't know what the difference is. I'm gonna play some fours. I'll figure it out. There's the other thing when I'm figuring out these point totals that I haven't taken into consideration. There's a thing in the back of the book that's kind of cool. It's called perks, and some of the teams I believe get perks for free, and other people can buy them. And I haven't added that in it. Like for instance, there's a perk back here that has something to do with. Let's see here. What's cool is I've played this game enough times that I can look through stuff and read what the rules are for it and process how that's going to impact the game. And I'm saying I'm a rules expert, but I've played the game enough that when it says that this can do this, I understand what I mean, there's cool stuff in here. There's one of these with a handbrake, like a handbrake expert. Like basically if you like Here's one. Rear drive. This vehicle may pivot about the center of its front edge rather than the center of the vehicle when resolving spin results. I feel like for you car guys, I feel like a Porsche should always have that. A Porsche is extremely unwieldy. It's kind of like a P51 in a way, I guess. So I guess this one, when you rotate like this, you actually rotate like this. Well, shit, anything that's a drifter should do that. No, but there's something else. I think it's called Handbrake Expert. Like, here's something under Reckless. Drive angry. It actually costs you a point. At the start of this vehicle's activation, this vehicle gains a hazard token. Why would you want to do that? That's like a negative. Yeah, see, there's stuff that's in here that's really interesting. Highway to Hell costs 2 cans. At the end of its movement step, if this vehicle selected a straight template, which get played a lot, mediums get played a lot. This vehicle may suffer 2 damage, so you can choose to take 2 damage. If this damage counts as having the fire rule. If any hull points are removed by this effect, this vehicle may leave its movement template, ignoring any side template in play as a napalm drop weapon template. So you just leave like a fire trail. That's cool. Got to make something for that. You know, something that looks like this should have that, because it looks like it would have that. Handbrake Artist. When applying a spin result, this vehicle may choose to face any direction. I feel like the Bondmobile needs to have that. I feel like that whatchamacallit needs to have that. So right now when applying a spin result. Okay, I thought that was something different. So a spin really should be called a drift. When you play it, you can rotate up to 90 degrees. So this thing could do more than 90 degrees. Yeah, maybe or maybe not. I was thinking when you wipe out, you can face whichever direction you want. And there may be a skill for that. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to do anything to the Bond car other than put black lining on it. Maybe a little bit of weathering. I fly the flag not because I endorse slavery, because it's a heritage thing. I get it. It doesn't offend me because of that. Made from the South, more in hindsight, it was a good thing. It did not win because of plantation-based politics. It is terrible. And if you think roads aren't getting repaired now, they'd be even worse. Wouldn't have cell phone stuff. All right, got to run. Enjoy the day. I'm hoping to get back to the hobby bench this afternoon. We'd be hell of a more corrupt now if the South had won. You're absolutely true. Good old boy system would be a nationwide thing and not isolated to several counties in the South. Drive Angry. Is that a movie? Nicolas Cage. You know, once I found out he was a Coppola, I can't unsee that. Like, oh, yeah, he does look Italian. The Pastafarians. No, I'm not going to call them that. They should be molto fasto. They should be molto fasto. And I've got two Ferraris for them, a Bugatti, a Fiat, and an Alfa, an old Alfa. And all of them are red except one. All their cars should be red, green, or, although I've never seen an Italian car green. Red, green, or white. Molto fasto. This is taking a long time, but it'll be worth it. I say this every time. This fucker has a lot of rivets. It's a movie. Is it worth seeing? I wanted to see Baby Driver, but then my daughter says, don't bother watching it. It just has a WRX at the beginning of it, and I have a WRX. Of course, I don't drive it that way. I'd like to keep my tires a little longer than an afternoon. I was watching somebody doing a refurb of a Hot Wheels this morning. There was a 67 or a 68 Firebird. I forget which one it is. And I was just thinking, that's really cool. And that's a cool car because there's a lot of cars from, almost every car from the 1950s I think is ugly as shit. Almost every one of them are just horrendously ugly. Some cars from the 60s is like 50-50, right? And then most of the cars in the 70s actually look all right, you know. But the Firebird is a cool car. And I was just thinking, you know, who the hell's driving that car? Because in that time, when that car came out, that's not an affordable car. And a lot of people are in fucking Vietnam. So probably some rich person, you know. They didn't even go to Vietnam and they're driving around in a Firebird while guys are dying in the jungle. I started thinking about that. I'm like, yeah, that's not very cool, you know? Especially for that time period. You look at a car like that, and it looks like state of the art. I mean, it looks like a space age car as far as, you know, like styling and stuff. you know? I don't know, your taste in movies is rather peculiar, so can't say if it's worth it to you. Mr. I don't like Kelly's Heroes. I I've seen it one time, I didn't like it. And I'm willing to watch it again. But like I said, I like all the actors. I just don't like the whole 60s groove. And the theme music's terrible. I listened to that recently. That's no wonder those people were doing drugs in that time period. I listen to that music and I need a haircut. But I'd watch it again. I just don't want to pay for it. You know, like if it comes on the thing. And I'm going to watch it with my daughter. I haven't talked to my daughter about it at all. I want to see it with her and just see what her take is. She likes Don Rickles. We've watched lots of Don Rickles stuff. And we like Don Rickles. Don Rickles is funny. Yeah, I like all the actors. I just don't like that whole hippies don't belong in World War II. Hippies don't belong in World War II. Yeah, I don't like most movies, but it's not my fault. They should have made them better. What card did Punisher have? It was black. Let me see if I can guess. It's one of those like GTOs or something like that. It was like a Nova or something like that. In the 2005 movie. First rated R movie my daughter saw. I know it's black. How did I fucking know that? And what do you call it? I'm not a American muscle car person. Somebody had one of those the last car show I went to. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. I mean, I wouldn't want one because I'm all about handling. And those things, you know, you go like this and the car doesn't move. You know, you handle like you're driving on ice all the time. You know? I've never seen Caddyshack. I haven't avoided seeing it. I've never seen Caddyshack. Why don't you think of something righteous for a change? Righteous, that word wasn't invented in the 1940s. That's the problem with it. Like, word it differently, you know? I've never seen Caddyshack. I didn't see Fast Times at Ridgemont High until like 3 years ago. And remember, those movies came out, Caddyshack came out in 1980, right? Fast Times at Ridgemont High came out in 1982. How old am I at that time period? Okay, in the first one, 9, and the second one, 11. I don't have any older siblings. Can't watch it with them. It's a rated R movie. How am I going to see a rated R movie? Never saw it, you know? I didn't try to avoid it. It just didn't happen, you know? I don't know why Being a Menace was funny back then. Huh. What other movie did you not find funny? Nothing was as unfunny as Napoleon Dynamite. That's pretty fucking unfunny. But different people appeal to you differently. Like, I don't find Will Ferrell funny. All it is somebody with no another version of Jim Carrey that's not as good. Because there's some stuff that Jim Carrey's done that's pretty funny. Well, I don't. Speaking, not seeing the plot, being a menace was probably funnier in the '70s because people didn't behave that way. Now everybody behaves that way. It's not out of the norm. I mean, who's in that? Whatchamacallit's in that? Chevy Chase, right? Bill Murray, and Ted Knight. And Dangerfield, right? I think that's the four people that are in it. And I like all those guys. I hadn't seen it. I mean, I'm sure. You know which movie I'd never seen? Animal House. And I started watching, I saw about a third of the movie maybe 6 months ago because it was on TV. And it wasn't bad. I don't like Belushi. I'm not a fan of Belushi. I prefer the other Belushi. I don't like the guy that died on cocaine Belushi. He's just too, like... I just don't, it doesn't really do it for me. It's a mad, mad, mad world. I think that's when, what's his name, hates that movie. All they do is scream at each other for the entire movie. Who's in? All they do is scream at each other. Well, I haven't seen it, so. 1963. Well, that's an old movie. Who's in it? Oh, man. I don't know if I could handle a movie with those two midgets in it. Oh, that would drive me crazy. That is the other midget, isn't it? It looks like him in this picture. What was the Irish shrimp dude? Sure looks like him. What's his name? Fuck. I don't see him coming up on the cast. Just somebody looks like him then. Yeah, Buddy Hackett, right? Buddy Hackett's one of the midgets. Yeah, Mickey Rooney. Buddy Hackett and Mickey Rooney drives me bananas. He drives me, I don't know, just something about him. I guess I don't like really, really short people with a really big attitude. Like, you need to keep a low profile. Somebody's going to backhand you. Like that tattoo guy. Fuck that little shrimp guy, man. I don't want to listen to that stuff. Never saw Animal House either. It looked like it was. It looked like it was turning out better than I expected. Which I didn't have any high expectations, but I only watched maybe the first third of the movie. But I'm not a Belushi fan. I'm also not really big on Bill Murray. I don't think Bill Murray's that funny, you know. But I'll watch Caddyshack. It's actually not a movie. It's actually kind of on my watch list. It just hasn't come up for free. Now, one movie I watched, and it just depends on the cast. It depends on the delivery. One movie that I've seen before, I liked it, and I watched it again recently, and I thought it was hilarious. Is freaking Waiting. Waiting is fucking hilarious. Now, there's stuff in there I don't want to watch with my daughter because there's some really crude stuff that is unnecessary to be in there, about things. But I thought it was fucking hilarious. That was a really, really funny movie. But then you might be somebody who doesn't like Ryan Reynolds. And there's one of you guys that doesn't like Ryan Reynolds. And that's fine. It's all right not to like him. It's kind of unusual. There's people I dislike that is probably unusual. Waiting was hilarious. I've not seen the second one. The funniest thing about Waiting was a waitress that just goes on a tirade. That's awesome, and it's funny because my daughter watched it. That's what she liked as well. Just ready to explode. That's hilarious. Oh man. And a lot of it is who you're watching the movie with. Because there's some people that if you watch it with the right person, you might just pee your pants. You know? And if they're not there, it's not as funny. But if they're with you, it's like, it just takes it to an exponential level. The Life Aquatic. And I've never heard of that movie. I've never heard of The Life Aquatic. One of the funniest things I've seen, and it's people that I share the kind of humor with. Like, there's some funny stuff I've seen with Mitch that's really really funny. Like when we watched Hardcore Henry was so freaking funny in certain parts. I almost wet myself. Now it is a movie that most people dislike, but I've done all that stuff in video games, and you get to see it in the movie, and I'm like, oh my god, that's funny. Like you can relate to it. I went with a friend of mine who I used to go to movies with a lot, and we watched Liar Liar in the movie theater. That was hilarious. Watched part of it after the fact, not as funny, but at the time, really really funny. And I'm not a person that keeps watching things over and over again. Like, my favorite movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, I've probably only seen it 3 times. I don't go and rewatch things and learn lines and all that crap, you know. Maybe 4 times. I mean, if I had to pick a movie, that'd be the one I'd pick. If I had to pick a movie and not think about it for a long time, that's my go-to answer. And it just so happens that I saw it in the movie theater. That's just sheer coincidence. Because in 1981, I wasn't watching movies in a movie theater. I had a guy behind me who was like, "Hey, you gonna watch this movie? What's in it? I don't know. Something about the Ark and the guy that played Han Solo's in it." I'm like, "All right, I'll watch it." And then the Ark, and I couldn't figure out why weren't there 2 elephants and 2 giraffes and two them? I didn't know anything about the freaking Ark of the Covenant. Early Wes Anderson. Wes Anderson. Wes Anderson. Wes Anderson. What is he? Is he the guy that did the cowboy thing? Their animatronic. You know which one I'm talking about. Which I actually liked. I only saw the first season. This guy's got creepy hair. See if I'm right. Tenenbaums, okay. Oh, that boy's from Texas. I think the only thing I've seen with him is the Tenenbaum movie, which my wife and I didn't really like it. I think she disliked it more than I did. The Life Aquatic, a Jacques Cousteau-esque documentary filmmaker played by Bill Murray, okay. Also stars Owen Wilson, not a good selling point. Kate Blanchett, she bugs me. Willem Dafoe, Dave Goldblum. Dave Goldblum he's grown on me. There's there's these eccentric actors, and there's a handful of them that I didn't like them a while ago, and I've grown like fond of them. Like I don't go and maybe seek out what they're in, but they're just unlike anybody else. That they're fun to watch to see what they do. Jeff Goldblum is one of them. Defoe's kind of that way as well. He's weird in his way. Christopher Walken. And I kind of like to see what they do. Unfortunately, it's hard for them to shake them being anybody other than themselves. I don't think that they mold themselves well into other people, but they're unique, and I like actually enjoy them. But I didn't like Goldblum. I certainly didn't like Christopher Walken, and they've grown on they've grown on me. Jeff Goldblum reminds me like he should be in a movie with what's the name of that guy from American Pie? Eugene Levy. I think they would be interesting in a movie together. In their own eccentric nerd burglary ways. You know? Me, Myself, and Irene. Not a movie to watch with a daughter. Okay. I've not seen that one. Gotta go make breakfast for the missus. See you later. Oh! I forgot to tell you! I'm making a car called La Chancla. Oh, well. You'll catch it next time. Yeah, one of the lowriders is called La Chancla. Pow. They're all gonna have Spanish names. Mexican Spanish names. Mexican-esque. All right. I think we've got the two sides done. I got to go pee-pee again. And then we can do the back doors, and I think we're finally done with this riveted monster. Defoe plays a German guy named Klaus. There's only one movie in that I don't want to see Willem Dafoe in. I don't know what movie it is, but he dresses up like a woman. Like, that is an ugly fucking woman. And I've used Willem Dafoe like a lot. Like, one of the figure manufacturers in 20 millimeters called Britannia. They used to be all over the miniatures. They used to be miniature and War Games Illustrated all the time. Double page spread. They make everything on there. They have figures that look very distinctive. They have a very large head, kind of like Simon Cowell, small body. And, but it doesn't look like Simon Cowell. They have a very unique face that is hard to swallow when everybody in your entire army, you've never seen American Pie, it's probably too late. American Pie was hilarious. Not Another Teen Movie is hilarious. Those two movies are really, really funny. American Pie was funny in the day. Who knows if I saw it again now if it was funny. But I forget what the hell was it. So they have a very distinct look, and it's like, and I use an example. It's like if you had a guy that looked like Willem Dafoe, okay, but you can't have everybody look like Willem Dafoe because he has a unique look. He has features that most people don't have, thankfully. But all right, I will be right back in a moment. Let me get some water. I drink plenty of that at work. I don't drink enough of it at home. I have other options. And believe it or not, I actually drink a lot of it at a game convention. And ever since I've been doing that, I feel better. Usually I get headaches and stuff like that at game conventions. I drink so much water, I rarely do anymore. Yeah, and this is why I only want to really work on one vehicle at a time, because as you can see, it's pretty labor intensive. Actually, it's not as late as I thought it'd be. I thought it'd be later. Ben, you still on here? If you are, what time you going to bed? So I can make sure I don't do the race at that time. Because I figured you'd be interested. But really, one of the funniest things that I've seen now is the 3D bot maker, his races, his diecast stuff. Some of the stuff that happens in there and the commentary is some of the funniest stuff I've heard recently. I know it's edited after the fact and everything, and even I could make it funny like that, but I don't know, some of it is really funny. All right. All right, now we need to do the same thing to this. And I actually like doing this. I don't mind doing the black lining. It makes a huge difference. It's subtle, but if you put something that you've done it to next to something that you didn't, it's like, man, the thing that you didn't looks like trash. Oh, when you're doing that race, that's what I came here for. Well, I gotta go. I gotta finish doing this, right? And then I gotta go shopping, and then it'll be in the afternoon sometime. So I don't want to commit to it. Have to be a certain time, and it can't be that time. But I'm thinking 3-ish, something like that. 3, 4. And can't have other people because some asshole named Mitch works on Sundays, bastard. Well, he's off on Mondays like a loser. Honestly, I could probably go to the game store and run something like this and people would play. The problem is I'm going to get a lot of people at these game stores that are, the types that would be offended by saying Merry Christmas to them. And I just I don't have time for people like that. I don't have time for tender people. People that dislike even the remotest thing that's traditional. Yeah, I got a little bit of the scuff on there. That's okay. Yeah, it looks... That goes together really well. That goes together really well. We haven't done rust on it yet either. 3D Bot Maker has a lot of talent and dedication. I'm going to be showing my brother that channel soon. He's incredible. It's the best thing on YouTube. It's the best thing on YouTube. He could certainly use somebody to help him out and say maybe paint his figures for him, make him look a little bit better. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. I would have reached out to him if he was in Florida instead of California. Said, hey man, your stuff's really cool. Let me paint some figures for you. You know? I don't know. He's got a lot of people in the crowd. When he did that, and some of the stuff that he comes up with names for things are really creative, and some of them are not. But the ones that are really creative, like he had a van race, and it was like the team was like the Rockers or something like that, and it was a van, and he called the he called the driver Betty Van Halen, and I'm like, that's awesome. That's freaking awesome. that is awesome. No, there's some. I watch his stuff and it puts me in a good mood. You like being off on Mondays. Well, it doesn't work for other people that aren't. I don't like working on weekends. I've worked on weekends, but I don't have a part-time job anymore. You know, when I had a part-time job, yeah, I worked on weekends and I worked at a hobby store. So it's not like it was something I hated going to. And it's actually the only job that I've had that I didn't hate. Of course, didn't pay the bills, but the only job I didn't go to was like, fuck, I gotta go to work. Well, that's the only reason I picked up these other things at the flea market, because I really just wanted to go and I needed to get this backhoe to finish the build on this. Because it allows us to use a wrecker. I don't know if this is going to be able to work as intended. But we need to see, we can glue this independently of the front of this. So I'm going to go ahead and start working on that. I'm going to use I'm going to use hot glue. I'm going to use hot glue. The hot glue grabs better than anything else. It's forgiving. Let's use the hot glue. And we're going to hot glue the front of this to that. And yeah, I'm going to leave the rims gold colored on purpose. It's Gold Digger. It's got a gold coin on there. Gold digger. Yeah, this poor thing, I mean, it's got a face on it. But look, it didn't come painted or anything. I didn't make somehow make it look angry. This is a cool vehicle. This is a cool vehicle. I was reading a post where somebody had created, was asking any ideas for any tips for building Gasland cars, like designing them. And this one guy says, "Yeah, don't build a." One of the guys said, "Don't build a dragster." Well, I'm going to. I may only build one and realize that it's no fun to play. You have to hit the nitro every turn. That's the that's the catch on that. So the nitro basically means is you're going to get like a big long move every turn. So you're not going to be able to go around some turns that way. Should be around. I don't think I'll be moving away for the computer today. Trying to. Ay carajo. Trying to get my kaiju to hit more often in a TTRP I've been working on since last year. There's a TTRP with kaijus in it? There was a game. Oh, you'll like this. I think you'll like this. There's a game that when I lost my computer, and there's a lot of stuff that happened when my computer stopped working in 2012. I didn't have a computer until 2020. So there's a lot of stuff that happened during that time period when I went back to computers didn't exist anymore. One of them is Steam. Basically, everything's on Steam. And the other thing is that you could buy games that weren't finished, like that didn't exist, back then. Like they need extra funding. So like here's like a bare bones version of a game, and you can play it for free or a reduced cost, and we can while we keep working on the real version. And they created, oh man, what was it called? They had this game. I didn't delete it off the Xbox. It may have been for the Xbox only, but it was one of those Team Fortress type games. Okay, but it was the art, and it was beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and it was like this anime style. Let me go fire up the Xbox. I'll tell you this is a really cool game. And they finally took away the demo version of it. Let's see if I can find out what it's called. It should still be on the stuff I own, even though I can't play it. And it might actually be a Fortnite. I don't know if it's a Fortnite kind of game. I never really played Fortnite. Called Gigantic. It is beautiful. But I guess it didn't get funding for it. Gigantic game. Okay, so the cover of it looks like this. And it's fucking gorgeous. And here's like the different. I guess it's kind of like what's that world, that Legends game or whatever. I guess it's kind of like that, but it's a first-person shooter. But the artwork in it is beautiful. And there's a creature in here that looks like a this guy. That's almost like I played it a little bit, but you know, like there's only one level. It's like the level is always the same. Like okay, well we can't play that. He's like a stag, and he like shoots an arrow or something like that. And it's like you're playing. It's like you're playing a cartoon that looks really freaking good, but they never made it. And but the art in it is just. I mean, they didn't. They never finished one. But there's gameplay video and stuff of it. There's trailers. The game was just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Loved the way it looked. Gigantic. Yeah. It's beautiful. I just love the style it was done in. Really, really cool. Had one of Kaiju TTRP funded on Kickstarter. It's called Kaiju Don't Care About You. I released it in 2023. It's something you. TT. Oh, tabletop. Tabletop RP. Oh, so it's not like a video game or something. Kaiju Don't Care About You. Cicada Human. Is that you? That's what you go by? We got those things all over the place. A solo GM-less survival TTRPGs played with six-sided dice and a tumbling block tower. Interesting. Cutest Patoot Games. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, very interesting. I'd, I'd never heard about that. A solo. I don't mind playing solo games, but, I'd have to film it or something because some cool things would happen and then nobody would be around to see them. And that's what I like about filming all my games because some interesting, really funny stuff could happen, and nobody's there to, nobody's there to, 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 to do anything about it. All right, let's see how the grab point is on this. Well, it's important that we put this with the floor in mind because it's got to be able to clear the floor. And these little notches I did are useless. They're not going to work where I had them. So we're going to put a big old goop of things. And it's like glued immediately. Okay. Long live the hot glue gun. Hallelujah, pass a hand grenade. All right. That's your pseudonym, okay. Cicada human. You like cicadas? They remind me of roaches, except they don't gross me out. Roaches, one of the things that's terrible about roaches is they run around so damn fast. And cicadas don't do that. They just sit there and die. They sit there and molt. Okay, that looks pretty good. So what we're going to do is, I think we need to paint the grill because there is grill detail there. Actually, let's dry brush first. Let's weather first, and then we'll do the grill. Because I don't like the dry brushing over the stuff that I want painted a certain way. So the first thing I'm going to do is let's grab the colors. God, this chair está insoportable. It's green ochre. U.S. field drab. Chocolate brown. I want to see how this thing does in a game. It might do terrible. It might be, that's irrelevant. That one's buff. So Iraqi sand must be this one. Okay. Yeah. The important thing is to build things that are going to be fun to play. They don't have to be like, okay, the best chances of winning is if I if I use this car. We're not interested in that kind of mentality. Ah, the maroon cardinal. Look, I got something in your color. Ah, what a maroon. This is Gold Digger, which actually sounds better for a Transformer name. Cicada human. Yeah, I guess you gotta hide who you are because you have one of those jobs where if they don't like something, how you didn't punctuate a sentence or something, you could lose your job over it. You get funny about stuff like that. So it uses Jenga blocks, huh? I guess that's how many times you can take a risk, right? You take too many risks and you die or something. I'm gonna look into that. It looks interesting. I guess you do like to write. Great. How was that Kickstarter experience? I see there was said it was 272% funded. I read quick. That caught my eye. Was a Kickstarter experience a good experience or just like more pain than it's worth? Cicada Human is a character that controls one of your favorite kaiju called Garamon in a show called Ultra Q. Man, you know a lot more about anime than I do. Ultra Q, never heard of Ultra Q. How do you get dirty up here? I don't know. Definitely needs to get dirty here, though. Alright, now the medium tone. Your character is trapped in a building during a kaiju attack, and the Jenga tower is the building you are in. Oh, that's interesting. As it's damaged by the kaiju, you have to pull blocks from the tower. That's thinking outside the blocks. That's a good idea, man. There was a game, there was a Jenga version of something that somebody did with DBA. Was it you that came up with that? You may have been the one that posted it on Fanaticus. Somebody posted it on Fanaticus, and it makes sense that you would have been the one that posted it since you got Jenga on your mind, you know? Yeah, and I want to say we tried it. Maybe we didn't try it. That had to be you. There's no way it wasn't you. You know what it was? We were going to try it, and then we didn't, and I returned the Jenga. Because I bought the Jenga on Amazon. I never tried it. It must have happened right about the same time that I was having my enough of DBA. That was you. Okay, well there you go. Now I know who you are. Yeah, I actually had Amazon I Amazon the Jenga set. I remember doing that, and I remember not using it. So something must have happened, and it wasn't that your idea was shit. It's just never got around to it. And I bet it was at the time when I was walking away from DBA. I bet that's what it was. Well, that makes sense. You got Jenga on your mind. Yeah, it's, something mundane that probably could be pretty useful. Probably could be pretty useful. Was the morale of the DBA Army? That's a good idea. I never tried it. I'm fucking starving. I gotta put some nuts in my mouth. Yeah, I said it that way on purpose. Blind General and the Jenga Tower. Who did you say your favorite Romance of Three Kingdoms character is? I haven't read the books and probably never will. The concept could be used for any wargame, agitator, or DBA, and then the people at the hobby shop stopped playing DBA for Triumph, and I stopped playing. Triumph doesn't. Triumph does a couple things that are interesting, but it's not any better. The biggest problem with Triumph is they don't give credit to DBA for anything. And that's just intellectually dishonest. Now, they claim it's for copyright infringement. When's the last time somebody complained about being mentioned in another game as the catalyst and thanking them for creating the previous one? Well, I mean, that's what it is. They don't want to thank them, but we had one of our local ex-DBA players that came back, and now he's running Triumph stuff, or he's trying to run Triumph stuff at our convention, but nobody shows up for those tournament games. They just don't. I'm not saying nobody shows up, but, I'm not going to put my life on hold for 2 or 3 players, and that's it. That looks damn good. That looks damn good, and we haven't even We haven't added the rust yet. I haven't heard from my wife in a couple days, and well, she's kind of on an opposite schedule than I am. But she knows where I'm at. I'm over here not causing any trouble painting shit, you know? Yeah, I don't know that we could do more. That's just the whole thing. I'm like, and the guy that was taking over DBA in our area, he wanted like do more, and I'm like, I don't want to give up more of my life for a game that I can't make grow. I can't. And this guy wanted to take over, wanted to take the reins, but yet didn't understand, didn't know that there was over 200 videos of DBA gameplay that we created. That really pissed me off. I'm kind of over it now, but like, you want to captain a ship, and you don't know that the ship travels over water, not air. Like, I'm like, you have fun with it. And now they got even less players than I do. That one guy who used to travel from Texas, they don't even call him. I got tired of being like the minority whip or the majority whip or whatever it is. The guy has to call everybody, hey, you're going to be here, whatever. It's like, man, you need to be interested in playing this game too. So what do? They stop calling these people, so that now those people don't show up. I don't hate the author. I don't have a problem with Phil. I think he's a brilliant guy. I say that every time I bring him up. It's true. Mitch does play DBA, but now what they do is they play all kinds of versions of Command and Colors. That's mostly what they'll play. Because what happens is, on Monday, actually it's become Tuesdays. On Tuesdays, he has his retired friend from Illinois that moved down a couple years ago, 3 years ago, something like that. And he's gaming all the time. And he lives out in the middle of the forest. So he can only really travel in daytime. So they'll game on Tuesday. He's gone by the time I show up. And he's really big on, he's a painter or was a painter. He's got some kind of eye injury now where I don't think he can paint anymore. He's not blind, but it makes it difficult for him to paint. And they're doing a bunch of Command and Colors type of stuff. The Command and Colors author, they're all friends with. I mean, I know the guy. He lives in the Orlando area, and they game every Saturday with him. So when he games on Tuesday, he's doing versions. He's converted all of his figures basically to a Command and Colors system, which is a great game. I don't feel the period when I play it. You know, it's just good for a game. You know, it'd be like playing Halo, and all of a sudden it motivates you to play World War II figures. It doesn't. They're not related to each other. So they're playing more simple things. They're converting. They're very anti-measurement. Mitch will do anything. If you want to do something, he's the easiest fucking going guy I know, ever. He'll do anything. Hey, I want to play with mud. Can we make monsters? He'd be up for it, right? But the other guy don't like measurement, so they don't do anything that involves measuring. Like, I don't want to see squares. That's all I see is squares. It probably didn't grow up at your convention, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people started playing my videos. That's how I got some. Well, I'm glad you enjoy them. They're fun to do. I'm not doing any more because I don't play that game. So I kind of want to get back to making videos again. It'll just be with Gaslands. And it's just as fun. I mean, there's Gaslands has that decision making, the hard decision making every turn. Every turn's important. So it has that going for it. All right, we're looking better now. We're looking better now. Now we need to do some rustification. Like, I don't want to leave the house until this thing's done. That's what I did yesterday. I didn't go to bed until... No, it was the previous night. I didn't go to bed until the three were done. No, I didn't leave the morning until the 3 were done. That's what it was. All right. It's Tony's Tone 30. I don't want to play games with people that aren't having fun while they're playing a game. Bad shit happens to all of us. You need to make fun of it. Yeah, you get frustrated, but say a couple of curse words. But don't start throwing dice or, you know. Most people at shows are not any fun to play games with. It's almost like their life sucks every day and they need a win to bring everything in balance. And you know what? Both people are trying to win. So, and I'm not going to hand you a win. You got to earn it. Gaslands will make... Well, we'll find out tonight, okay? I'm definitely going to make it happen. And I think... I'm going to shoot it with a computer. I use a computer screen. I think I can set up in one place so you can see the whole board. It is circular, and it should work. You guys will get the best resolution with that. And we'll do it live. Do it live for me. You guys don't do this, but a lot of people are like really demanding. Hey, do this, do the other thing, do the other. I'm like, look, you got to make it easy for the guy who's doing all the legwork, or that guy's going to quit. And then what are you going to do? So saving me from editing videos is a huge help. I don't mind filming it. I don't mind talking out loud what I'm doing. I enjoy that, actually. I'd probably still be doing that, even if I wasn't filming it. Self-coaching. looks good. And it'll look even better when it's sealed. Now, I hope this chair isn't bothering you guys too much. It's making me want to seek therapy. And I told Mitch, look, if you're still doing DBA games, film them. Any dummy can do it. I proved that. I'm not a savvy individual when it comes to technology. This, yes. Technology, no. I'm not interested in it. Just has no interest in it. I think that's everything on here. But it's amazing how cheap these things are and how much detail they have. I mean, that's the truth. I don't mind the yellow glass. Wish it didn't look like a scorpion to me. Well, I don't see any other way of getting around that. Still looks like a scorpion. Probably more so, actually. I don't like this clear on that. That's a grading. Shouldn't be that color. Should be black. So we're going to repaint that. Don't worry, this chair won't be over at the race. Okay, man. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate you. Now when we drop this in here, of course we're going to have to wait for this to dry. Now you don't have this yellow eyesore.